PSRN.
No.
You can't
Kurt,
handle the discussion.
Kurt, everybody saw you lying
without lying
in
and
Richmond.
denying.
Everyone saw you lie.
That's what you are, liars and deniers.
Kurt, everybody saw you lying about Richmond. That's why you're angry.
Did they lie? Tell me a lie. You think I pissed my pants?
I think it's likely to begin with, but I saw you.
So you can't
lied.
testify to it though.
I'm trying to finish my
It's not that
sentence.
I have no thyroid and can't regulate my temperature and that I sweat my freaking balls up. It's not that.
Right.
It's that I was terrified, right? Because that you lie and deny.
Kurt, I saw you.
What else? What else?
I'm trying to finish my sentence. You're not letting me finish it. I watched after Richmond.
Compound lie.
Oh my goodness.
So what's the next lie you want to tell?
Are you going to let me talk?
Sure.
Thank you for your kindness, good sir. I saw you scrambling on Reddit for days after Richmond, trying to come up with a frame to damage control that situation.
Yeah.
You eventually decided on, you told those black guys that the only reason that the white people are upset is because they are stronger and have bigger genitals. And
I was
you only
fucking
said
around with
that.
them, which is obvious, right?
No, it wasn't
It's
obvious
really
to
obvious.
anyone because you made that up afterwards.
You're lying and denying. Can you testify to what I said?
Yes, you're on video.
No, you can't testify to it. You can't.
You're on
testify
video.
What I feel. You can't, right? You're lying and denying.
You're on video, Kurt.
No, exactly. So you can look at that video, and that video is on for everybody. And you know what everybody else
spent
said?
several
Everybody
days.
was there.
You
I was
spent
doing the
it up. Now you're saying you were just playing around with them and teasing them and
No, I wasn't.
goofing
I
around.
was playing around and teasing them. Watch the video. Ask anybody.
Oh, I did
who was
watch the
there.
video. Yeah, you gave
Watch
them your
anybody who was
microphone and
there.
let the Black Lives Matter lead a chant at your rally.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why you guys fail, is because you take the fucking bait because you're dumb shits.
Oh, we're done.
That's why you fail.
Okay, so you succeeded then.
I succeeded.
In
Did the
Richmond.
left have any problem with what I say? Did the government have any problem with what
No,
I say?
because no one cares,
Who
Kurt.
did?
Because you have like 10 boomers.
Lying Christians.
Bro, you
Christians.
wore shorts to the revolution, bro. That's all I got to say. That's why the government doesn't take you seriously enough to care.
You can't make an argument. So what have we heard you do? You try to avoid the argument. You try to claim that you claim that you understood, but you didn't. You claim to be able to testify for what I did or what happened in Richmond.
You're on video.
You claim to say that I altered my story when all I was looking for was how do I stop these morons?
You did alter your story.
Did I?
Yeah, I
The
saw
same
you scrambling on
story
Reddit.
you want.
I was on Reddit. I saw you scrambling, trying to come up with an explanation.
I
So
wasn't
this
coming
isn't
up with
going to
it.
work.
I was trying to find how can I stop you idiots. I mean, look at you're just a woman. That's what I mean. The
Oh,
female method of argument
you're
is
right.
to
Yeah.
GSSRM,
I'm the
lie
one.
and
I'm the one
deny,
with
and
terrible
that's why
self-control here, Kurt.
that's
I'm
why
I'm the one. I'm the one.
empathy is so important to you.
Yeah.
Is you have a cognitive female brain, which is
Oh
what
yeah.
the science says.
You're in
You're
full control of your
empathic,
limbic system right
right?
now.
Because you can't handle rational methods. And so what you do is whenever you're invoked a conflict, you don't go to dominance, expression, and argument. What you do is go lie, deny, ad hominem, GSSRM. That's what you do. You're just proving my point. This whole episode is just another proof of my point. The science is what it is. The truth is what it is. And you guys are just using the female technique because you're not sophisticated enough to do as anything else.
You know,
That's why it works. What do you think the markets are
Kurt,
doing?
I'm trying to help you out here. I'm trying to help
They're doing
you
the
out
same.
here. I'm trying to help you out here.
No, you're not.
Even if
all
you
you're doing,
won't
all
let me
you're
talk.
doing is
You won't let me talk. I'm trying to help you
well,
out.
why should I?
I'm trying to give you some helpful advice here. If you're trying to lead a movement,
I'm not trying to lead a movement. I'm trying to stop you idiots from doing damage.
Oh my goodness. Are you going to let me finish the sentence?
No point. There's
No,
no point.
You're not going to let me finish the
There's
sentence.
no point in leading a movement. You guys are lost. That's
you
what
guys?
John said.
Who's you guys?
The losing right. Show me an elite you have. You don't have one. Show me an institution you have. You don't have one. Show me a platform you have. You don't have one. You don't have elites. You don't have institutions. You don't have money. You don't have people who have solutions. You don't have a single answer to anything except GSS is to tear other people down to the basement with you. It's continuing the record of a century of failure. That's what you do. You and Keith Woods and who's that Yeater, the other guy? Every one of you, or the New White Guilt, these morons. All you do is drag people to the bottom with you. Because
I've never
you know
even
what?
talked to any of these people you're mentioning, so I don't know who you think we people are. I just have a channel here by myself. I don't know what movement you think I'm a part of.
You're just the same as all the rest of them. What's the difference? You get on here.
I don't know them. Maybe I am. I don't know.
Oh, so you're just going to lie and deny. So you're claiming ignorance as if it's knowledge. See what I mean? Over and over and over again, you use the same technique. This Abrahamic method of decision.
Do you wear shorts to the dates?
3 kids and 3 wives? I got a stable. It's terrible. Why? Because I'm fucking dominant, successful. You're another goddamn loser.
Then why are you coming to my channel and writing?
Because there's always something to learn.
Kurt, if I'm the loser, why are you losing your temper and I'm sitting here being as charitable to you as I can?
Do I sound like I'm being prosecutorial?
No, you sound like someone with no self-control.
I sound like someone who's prosecuting a liar, right?
No, you sound like someone with poor self-control.
That's what I'm doing. And so you're using a GSRM again. Yes, you are. Is my argument false or not?
Yes.
Okay. How is my argument false? You don't even know what it is.
Because you're a materialist and you claim to know what Jesus taught and you don't know anything about the Bible. You don't know anything about our faith. So you've been lying the whole time.
I know that you have faith. I know that you can't testify.
No. You've been lying the whole time. You said, what did Jesus ever say about miracles?
Find something. And what happened is he figured out how to use it for political
So now he was
good at it.
Wait. So this is interesting. So first, there were no miracles. But then when I give you examples, you say, no, those were fake. And you accuse me of being a liar.
Does he claim to do the miracles?
Yes.
Go read what he says. Where?
I did. By your faith you have been healed. You can't answer a single question.
I answer every question. I just don't answer the questions. What I don't do is let you play the game. What I do is I say my argument is consistent.
But it's not.
I'm trying to preserve Christian.
At all.
Let me make my argument. I'm going to preserve Christian ethics because I want to. I want to save the West, and we need a religion that will do it. And in order to do it, I have to end Abrahamic lying. And you guys practice Abrahamic lying, and you spent this whole thing trying to do it.
Well, it makes me very glad to know that, given your personality, let's say, you're never going to be in a position where any of this matters. So I'm grateful for that.
Well, I've got to look at what I've done in my life, dude. You haven't done anything.
I will pray for you. I actually do pray for you every night. I hope that someday you can experience peace and self-control and stability of your mind and heart,
You're weak,
you will be a
And
much
that's the
happier
problem.
person that way.
and I'm not
You'll
weak.
be a
Yeah, I mean, it's just Luke Ford and the dangers of e-personality. If he's an introvert, incel or whatever, and when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. It's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have different implications of the process with the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates.
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Hello, everyone. It looks like I'm still having a bit of trouble getting Doooovid on the show. Think everybody can hear me, no problem. All right. So I'll just send the link in the chat so Brother Augustine can see it as well. Not too sure what's happening there. Yeah, no problem. I see it. So I'm looking at what I sent to Doooovid. It seems to have gone through on my end. Maybe it hasn't come through on your end yet. Not too sure what's up, but hopefully we can get the conversation started soon. So I assume that there we go. Thanks for joining, Doooovid. Not too sure what happened. I guess the message just didn't come through.
Yeah, if you've been messaging on Facebook, the last message I have from you on Facebook is at 6:37. So anything you sent after that, for whatever reason, did not get to me, but that's fine. So I didn't get to properly do a preview before, but great, because we were going to cover Brother Augustine's talk with Kirk Doolittle. So usually I do a little intro. We have a lot to talk about. It is week in review, but I guess considering we have a guest, we'll go straight to you. So how do you want us to refer to you as Brother Augustine? Are you familiar with Jennifer? Do you want to play a little geography, who were in the same networks if we've streamed?
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't watched stuff you guys have made, but I've heard the names. Doooovid, a few people have suggested I reach out to you in the past, which I've just not had the time to do yet. So it kind of worked out well that this all came together. Yeah, you can call me Brother Augustine or Michael. Either one is fine. But it's nice to meet you, and thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, I've talked with Kirk, and he's an interesting character. Relatively pretty relevant, to what's going on with the Capitol insurrection and John Mark, even where that it was somewhat predictable. I mean, God forbid to say that someone was going to do something like that. Who the people that would be to step up, and certainly John Mark on the internet, certainly one of the bigger names who was talking about that. Plus, Kirk Doolittle's he's a smart man. He was one of the few people, with the wallet. So, for a period of time, and but you seem to destroy him, and it's saying you're not a debater. Your intention wasn't to debate him. You seem like you wanted to just get a conversation out of him, but you really triggered him. It seems interesting. I mean, Jennifer's been following Doolittle for years. I hadn't really heard of him till about a year ago, and he's an interesting character. He has some ideas. I'm not gonna endorse. I mean, well, whatever to say. Like, I promote education. Doolittle had a lot of interesting ideas and talent. If he did some messed up stuff or got involved in some stuff that I'm not sure. Certainly, I disagree, but it was interesting. How did you come to land him for the interview, and like, it didn't look like you intended it to go that way. And like me and Jennifer, who like debate, that's what we do. We love debate, and then this non-debater comes and really destroys Kirk. It was almost fascinating.
Well, there's a little bit of lore. I explained in the beginning of our discussion. Basically, I was following propertarianism on the fringes, I guess you could say, a few years ago, and I liked John Mark's channel a lot. I'm still not sure what to make of John. When someone gets 100,000 subscribers in 3 months, I mean, that's, even for like a supermodel woman, that's kind of quick to grow a base that big. So this anonymous guy with a fake name and no face, something didn't strike me as organic about that. But I liked the information he was talking about. I thought it was interesting. And John is much more charismatic and clear spoken than Kurt. So he was kind of, for me, John was like the translator of Kurt's ideas into, language that people could comprehend and talk about, which Kurt will probably tell you is because he's so smart, no one will get his ideas. But I think it's just because he's not very coherent. But I watched John for a while. And then I saw the Richmond incident or disaster, however you want to interpret it. And after that, Kurt disappeared. John Mark disappeared. His channel went down. It came back up briefly, went down again. Propertarianism was basically over. And I made a video about it at the time. One of my videos where I talked about a lot of other topics. I think it was called Drugs, Headaches, and the End of Propertarianism, where I talked about the cluster headaches I was dealing with at the time. And that was right around Richmond, so it was just part of the big stream. And then I saw Kurt talking with my friend Michael Sisko on his channel, Saints Edward Media. And I wanted Mike to ask him certain questions, so he did.
Yeah, he's been on Week in Review. That's where we figure the most likely connection. Week in Review multiple times. Yeah,
people have mentioned you to me before, probably from that same network. And then I made a video out of his responses to Mike Sisko, where I was just saying, look, Kurt Doolittle, there's something shady about this guy. I don't think he's a friend to Christians. Now I think that's pretty clear after my video with him. The mask has kind of fallen off. But Mike was the one who gave me his email so that I could set up a debate, or a discussion rather. I didn't think it was going to be as adversarial as it was, or as it turned out to be. Obviously, it started off pretty chill, like you said. I started off trying to be as charitable as I could, talking about the things we agreed with. But then it was whenever I started to pin him down on something, or ask him to clarify something, or pointed out why he was wrong, he would just totally spiral out of control. And the character that was revealed was it was dark. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty dark what I saw. It was rough to take an hour of abuse or half an hour of abuse. But
you mean the angry lawn gnome character?
Honestly, I didn't think that was that bad. I was saying, like, relatively, I didn't think it was that bad. I could see, like, yeah, it's not like pleasant, and certainly Kirk could do quite a bit of character refinement and self-improvement, but I didn't think it was that bad. And I think you handled yourself pretty well, where you allowed him to you demonstrated your superior character by letting him demonstrate his inferior just impulse control. And so just you made yourself look good by letting him look bad, like just giving him the rope to hang himself, which he readily did. It was completely an unforced error on his part.
Yep.
Largely and he does know a lot. He couldn't come at just like humble. He kind of has this like, I know the answer to all the world's questions, and which like relatively, there's a lot of people who think like that, and it could be relatively he's not that bad. I'm not going to make a judgment on that. That's not my place to do. But like, yeah, he tried to bully you and intellectually, and it didn't work, because like he played word games, tried to avoid your questions, and you're just like, you still didn't answer my question, and then he, try to spit some like, fancy terms and say like, oh, you're an idiot. You don't even understand what I'm talking about. You're like, like if I'm an idiot, then just and then he was personally. I've seen me and Jennifer have seen this so many times. Is he's personally attacking you? You're attacking his ideas, and he's claiming that you're personally attacking him, even though you're the one attacking his ideas and you're personally attacking him. And like anybody watching, like even if Kirk Doolittle like factually has an IQ like 40 points higher than you or whatever, like you really even intellectually destroyed him, because like even just on an intellectual level, and really like it was him who destroyed himself. So I'm not saying like it was beneficial, because I would have rather heard just a nice conversation, and he knows a lot of information if he wasn't trying to like, me and Jennifer like a Mayavadi, this like, oh, I'm God, I know the answer to all questions. It's just opposed to giving his expertise. And then what you said at the end, me and Jennifer probably both agree, and we could ask you about exactly if you're Catholic or your belief, but like the concept of how me and Jennifer deal with people is like, yeah, I'm seeing the person a few years later after they've repented and seen how dumb they are. So like, because I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. Like I know what poor character they're demonstrating at the moment, but you're giving them the benefit of the doubt that maybe down the line they're going to repent, and so therefore treat them in that way that like, yeah, I'm giving this guy the benefit of the doubt. Like he's going to look in the mirror, see how poor his character is, and then repent. So like, I really appreciate that you said that afterwards.
Well, I used to be not like that, maybe that intense, but I lived a life of sin and filth for a long time. And then when I had my come to Jesus moment, I realized how ridiculous I had been in so many ways. And so what I try to do, I'm Orthodox, I'm not Catholic for the record. What I try to do, instead of spending all my time studying theology, which is some people saying it's not my thing, I just try to treat other people the way that Christ has treated me in terms of charity or love, which is probably the hardest thing in the world to do. I thought I maintained my self-control and patience pretty well, but I mean, it wasn't perfect. And then in the follow-up debate analysis, when he was hanging out in the live chat, I mocked him a little bit, and that's why I didn't take communion this morning, because I have to go confess about mocking somebody. And he helped me realize that I don't genuinely love my enemies as much as I could or would like to in the future. I tried to be nice to him, but
yeah, I mean, it's not right. I mean, like you're a man of God. You don't take delight in the downfall even of your enemy. Even God forbid if the sentence is death and you have to be the one to deliver it, you can't take any personal pride in the downfall of the person, like as a man of God.
No, I would much rather have him repent and come to Christ, but maybe that'll happen. I've been praying for him since before we talked. I mean, I've been praying. He's been on my prayer list for months. I see that you are Jewish, David.
Yeah, I'm Jewish. I'm kind of like an e-rabbi. I'm an engineer and philosopher, and we created this show. I'm a landlord by profession, but I love intellectual things, and Jennifer, it kind of spiritual.
Do you follow?
I'm like neo-Hasidic. I'm what's called a Balt Tshuva. I'm a half Jew lineage, but I went to Israel largely out of my own initiative after I turned 18 and enrolled in ultra-Orthodox, including Hasidic yeshivas, and then post that I came back to America and kind of had to chart my own territory, not really being able to meet the standards of Orthodox, but trying to but that's how I got into streaming, and I got into even like publicly defending the Jews, teaching Judaism, but I also love Hinduism, and I do interfaith. That I specialize that I in real life in Metro Detroit. I'm part of multiple interfaith channels, but this on Jennifer's channel, we've been doing the Week in Review, where she has her own theories on consciousness, reincarnation. She's actually raised Catholic, but you could she self-describe herself, but now kind of like Hindu.
I'm a proto-Platonist, God forbid.
A proto-Platonist, okay.
But I mean, she's been following Kirk Doolittle for years and even debating on the internet and runarounds. I mean, we've created a Week in Review just to follow. We like debates and intellectual, spiritual things, not too much into the politics or especially try to avoid the personal destruction. But your stream was definitely noteworthy this week, from our perspective.
Yeah, I got I mean, it's probably going to be more than 500 comments on that video by the end of the day, which is at least 5 times more than I think on any of my other videos. I did a debate, or not a debate, I'm sorry. I had a conversation with Dr. E. Michael Jones that had something like probably 40,000 views between our channels, maybe 30,000. So that got a lot of traction. My talks with Jay Dyer tend to get between 10 and 20,000 views. But the comment section of this video is just way off the charts in terms of the number of comments and also kind of the intensity. I mean, half the people think I won. Other people say Kurt won. Some people say we both looked bad. It's turned into something interesting. But I'm glad that you guys found it noteworthy and that you enjoyed it. I mean, I was having a good time. I think I was having more fun than Kurt was, certainly. Because like you were saying, I mean, I don't know people's IQ or whatever. But
Well, that's the whole idea, is that going for the whole IQ means something is itself a mid-wit meme.
yeah, I mean, if you think you're going to win a debate just by having better facts and knowing all the logical fallacies, I mean, that's not what wins debates most of the time, except amongst maybe your own debate team. You know, when an audience is watching, there's a lot of rhetoric and pathos, and you know who has the better frame, the stronger frame in the neuro-linguistic programming term. You know, the person with the stronger frame is going to win. Like if you look at Trump's debates, it's not like he's sitting there laying out facts. He's usually just kind of subtly trolling the other people, and then they react to him, and that makes them look bad because they're the ones reacting. So there's a certain IQ to that that is not necessarily related to the number on your IQ score, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and sometimes there could be a discrepancy. You know, like I do competitive chess, but if it was like a rating difference, but there could be, you could know a person's weakness, and even if a person had like a 300-400 rating point difference, so they're expected to win 90+% of the games. If you knew the other person's weakness, you might even be able to beat them. And that could be like that in any competitive way, and it could also be karmatically preordained that so to say, like whatever karmatic higher forces God ordained, like you would be the man who would slay Kirk, and it was just ordained that whatever it was him, he was chosen for the task, and he doesn't have to be a remarkable person to to explain why he was the person who was risen to the task. But really, like it was just, he wanted to self-destruct, and like whatever the reason, it was probably because you were sympathetic that allowed him to do it. You saw like you probably did actually care about him and weren't just trying to expose him and make it look bad. You probably actually did see like like, okay, this guy might actually be smarter than me, but like it doesn't mean he's going to be able to sin and get away with it. It doesn't mean that people are going to buy his lies.
I mean, there's different types of intelligence. There's like 7 types of intelligence, and the stuff he was talking about, I'm not deep enough into his world to know, but it didn't sound to me like he really had a grasp on the stuff he was saying, but it could just be because he was so angry he couldn't calm himself down enough to explain it clearly.
He did not understand himself.
Jay watched the video and said that Kurt was just using reductionist arguments, and there was something that Jay said about, or was it Jay or one of his subscribers? Somebody said you can't justify a belief in logic and natural laws if you're a materialist, because those things are immaterial. I don't know if that's accurate in the debate world. I don't get how that works necessarily, but I'm going to read about it more.
Well, you're making metaphysical arguments as always predicated on your axioms, which most people just wallpaper over. So it becomes impossible to get to the heart of the matter, and it's a lot of talking past each other, I think, is sort of one thing we've observed. Like, I can't remember who it was Dyer was debating, where he was sort of just doubling down. I think it was Mark Brahman, and he's like, well, you made a debate fallacy. You posited moral relativism or something like that. That's a debate fallacy, and therefore you lose. And he seemed to think that debating just meant destroying your opponent's position. But well, I don't think that's actually what debating means in any sort of standard way.
Well, I think it depends on your metric for success, right? Like clearly Kurt thinks he won. That's what he said in the comments in my live stream last night afterwards. But I mean, him and his followers were accusing me of lying about what happened in Richmond, but that's on video. He said, "Can you testify to what I said?" I said, "Yes." I mean, the video is still out there. I don't get how he thinks he won exactly, but what it comes down to is just that his people are materialists, or what they would call testimonialists, but it's materialism, frankly. And from a materialist perspective, I mean, can you believe in the existence of logic if logic is a thing you can't see? I mean, is that how that would work? I don't know. But the metric for success I think that most people who knew nothing about either of us, I don't think most people would watch that and claim that Kurt won a debate of some kind, because he was just accusing me of lying no matter what I said, when he himself was lying most of the time.
That was completely nonsensical why he kept on. It says like he's trying to prove a point by getting people to hate him or something like that, even if it's not logical. And I would, in the psychoanalysis, he's probably in over his head in real life, and you're really to some points reaching out to help. So like, it's really a debate where, Kirk, is this accomplished, cult leader, intellectual, countless followers, could, some sort of folklore, God forbid, he could be the mastermind behind the insurrection. But on the flip side, he's just a broken man, probably like down on his luck, not in a great situation. Relative
to three failed marriages. I mean, that doesn't sound like a very happy life.
Wait a minute. He said that meant he was alpha.
Yeah. He used 3 failed marriages as proof of success with women. I mean, what do you do to something like that?
Well, I mean, it wasn't the point. I was saying the stream, like, really, he needed a friend to break down to, but the dynamics of the situation was he wanted to give you, like a thrashing, a lesson you would never forget. And it was largely nonsensical. And like the points anybody was saying, like, what is Kirk trying to demonstrate? What is he talking about? Like this Abrahamic deceitful spirit. And we could talk about that if it's interesting. And then also his, is he saying that any belief in God whatsoever is his system's not coherent? Obviously, he's an intelligent person, and he knows.
His system is perfectly coherent. His system's coherent. It fails to discover truth in a way that you'd consider logical or sensical. Let's go with sensical.
Well, I mean, his system's not really coherent, because basically he's a materialist, but he thinks he could have the benefits.
He wouldn't just talk about the materialist. He's arguing in favor of truth existing.
Benefits of spiritualism by somehow claiming that they could, somehow be swept under the rugs of materialism. And really, JF and a lot of people do that, and you really, kind of largely expose that where he really just didn't make any sense.
Whatever. Saying you can't testify to what he called magic, which is not how we consider divinity or miracles in Christianity. But then he started talking about how the laws of nature were written by God and had God's thumbprint on them. And I called him. I said, "So wait a second. Now you believe in God. A second ago you didn't believe in God." And then whenever he threw out a claim that I would disprove, like the thing where he said there's a disparity between what Christ taught, what the apostles taught, then he would just revert to saying, "Well, I don't care about that claim anyway," while calling me a liar. It didn't make sense. I don't know if he's clear on what he believes necessarily.
He's trying to invoke truth as a metaphysical absolute. Okay. So the idea is we can get to this metaphysical absolute of truth. We don't need God. We just need a legal system that will pull and tease out the facts of the matter to see if anybody lied, quote unquote. It's essentially the way Claire Kaw claims her system will work, which it obviously won't, because lawyers don't select for people who are able to make those kinds of value judgments. It selects for psychopathy and greed. So you're flawed right off the bat if you think lawyers can come in and like impose the divine judgment on your little LARP property conflicts. So just to say, I don't think it's an inconsistent system. I think it's logically fine. It's just that practically speaking, this does not serve the function it's intended.
But also, doesn't it come down to who gets to decide what lying means also? Because if lying means...
it always comes down to the will of the sovereign when you're talking about dictatorial statecraft. So all statecraft is essentially dictatorial. It can be overtly or covertly, but it's essentially issuing edicts, right? And then you have this idea of accountability, which sort of turns on where is the decision being made, right? Because it's an
Right.
abstract idea. And that's why I say, like, Kurt would probably not say, I'm a materialist. He probably wouldn't admit to that worldview, even if somebody could somehow argue that it was true, which it may be, depending on how we define materialism. But strictly speaking, he would probably argue he's an idealist of some form, where truth is this metaphysical sort of ideal that is the means by which you achieve your perfect government. But he's certainly not the first person to make that claim, and his little mechanism for it has no way of working, i.e. the problem you said, who decides what's true and what's not. It's ultimately turning on someone's whose judgment Kurt's. Yeah,
Exactly.
like you said, his personality is just not of the right shape to be taken seriously for those kinds of judgments.
And there are people who are antichrists or have that spirit that hate Christians and they think we're lying, but that are political, like Emperor Palpatine, like the example I used last night. Someone who has an agenda, but has the wherewithal and the charisma and the self-control to kind of make it into a powerful place, when Kurt doesn't have that. That's why I said to him, look, given your personality, you're never going to be able to impose this anyway, which I'm grateful for. Because I mean, if you can be undone by some, I mean, relatively nameless, relatively unknown YouTuber, I mean, imagine that guy surrounded by, you know, Congress or something trying to pick him apart. There's no way he'd be able to stand his ground.
Well, that's kind of the irony of his followers. Like, I've met tons of his followers, and I'm sad to say, like, they actually do employ these tactics of ridicule.
Yeah.
And like, I get told to go back to the kitchen more by propertarians than like any other, you know,
Well, if you want to say
subclade
that,
or whatever.
You're right, because they're all big, strong alpha males, and I'm a weak
But
feminine.
that's the whole thing. It's like, I'm not sitting there trying to impose some clucky chicken form of like know-it-allism. I'm making good arguments, and they're unable to ascertain the truth value of my arguments. I said, your method's failed if you can't judge a truth value of any statement, or you don't know how to approach that problem. And yet you're making the claim that your little magical courts are going to do that. Well, you're starting off on the wrong foot, and then you say go back to the kitchen. It's like, dude, I'm already in the kitchen. Like,
well, I mean, you want to get to the heart of the issue. You know, Kirk was kind of a stand-in for possibly, like, you know, basically a prophet of a coming revolution, possibly even you know, race wars, and, you know, God forbid, you know, the incident in was it Richmond or wherever, where you know, actually a group of people gathered,
Yeah.
you know, with guns, and it appeared that even though like him and maybe John Mark was actually there,
Yeah.
I wasn't following that, you know, that closely, but
He was there.
and Kirk Doolittle basically gets, like, you know, handed by like an African American guy there, even though like it was him and his crew of dudes with machine guns.
Yeah.
And like that's what seems to be the video, and I could see that it's like here in America, like, you know, what they're like, it's saying like, and maybe Kirk was like, what, you know, what were we supposed to do? Like, you know, we just talked and drived. It's America. He's still American. That's what he did. He was you know, joking with an African American on a street corner. But you know, you saw like, no, I mean, the revolution, it wasn't going to be John Mark or Kirk Doolittle leading the insurrection.
No.
But they were prophets of the insurrection, and saying like there were hundreds of thousands, maybe even tens of millions of people that you know, had been thinking like, yeah, I see that you know, something like the Trump thing's going to happen. There's going to be an insurrection. There's going to be a civil war. There's going to be, you know, racial wars, or God forbid. And people have been prophesizing about these things since the beginning of mankind. And you know, so you could be an atheistic prophet of it. You know, Kirk Doodle said like, no, I'm a rationalist and just natural behavior, and I'm predicting this stuff, you know, purely based on rational behavior. You know, as opposed to, you know, someone who might be like, well, I'm predicting it because the Bible, because like, you know, because I think the Bible is the most accurate representation of human nature, and from my understanding of the Bible says like this is what's going to happen, or, you know, God forbid something like that. And you know, to some extent, a lot of times people like Kirk Doolittle largely are, or John Mark largely are irrelevant. You know, like you know, could be me. You know, like Halsey News or something, you know, the guy who decided to stand up in a public debate to defend the Jews. And so it's like, yeah, I'm just the guy who decided to do that. And then, you know, after a few months, a few years, you could slide back into, you know, like oblivion, like, you know, like you served your purpose. Everybody knows that the revolution, it's not going to happen, or if it does going to happen, it's not going to be you, or God forbid, there could be governmental. Maybe Kirk is kind of like a CIA governmental stooge.
Could be.
And it's the Civil War is real, and we need like Kirk Doolittle to stand up and be like, come on everybody, put the guns down. We have to make peace and get together. Or maybe God forbid that the Civil War will happen, and it'll be like that. I forget that Kevin Costner movie, like The Postman or something like that, where it will turn out that like Kirk Doolittle is the leader of the revolution. God forbid.
No. Well, the thing about Richmond was what happened with those BLM guys wouldn't have been even a fraction of it as humiliating if he hadn't just given this speech about heroic violence and winning at all costs. And then he just immediately folded. And I mean, he claims he didn't pee his pants. He claims it was sweat. But if you actually watch the video, which is still out there, there's no moisture. That I can't see any moisture on his shorts before that. And then even once that sweat is there between his legs, there's no moisture under his arms or around.
God forbid, I don't pick on people because like maybe he's autistic, maybe he does have a problem like that. I wouldn't pick on him for that. I mean, God forbid, but you're saying is that dude not going to be? It's likely he is what he is. He's the IIQ computer dude. I mean, he's a smart guy. We know he made his money doing computer networking stuff. You could talk to him. Obviously, he's a high IQ person, but it doesn't mean. Were you the person talking about dangerous people who had systematized minds? You talked about that also, right?
Yeah, what I said was that something very common. I mean, I don't know how the two of you perceive Satan or satanic possession, but very common symptoms of someone that would be under Satan's spell would be a highly systematized mind, and then the use of that mind purely to satiate your carnal desires, like attaining money or sex or power. Those two, when you see a person with those two things going, it's usually a sign of what we would call satanic or lack of God, because really evil has no intrinsic existence. It's a lack of good, at least in the Orthodox Christian worldview. Evil is a negation of good. It doesn't have its own, I'm blanking on the word here, its own ontological existence. That's the word I'm looking for. So someone who's just a void of good, those two things are often indicative of that state of the soul for us.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting. And, I promote here called the multiple truth hypothesis because it's very difficult to know the exact truth, and there's multiple explanations that could be the truth. And then you have to compare based on the level of certainty or uncertainty, some sort of truth value to these various explanations. So, certainly any psychoanalysis or looking into this stuff, like all these interpretations are valuable to to learning, to understanding, operating with the world better. Basically, they're just a form of pattern recognitions, and even theoretically from the religious level, is it possible that multiple different truths are simultaneously true at the same time, or truth have to come down to an either or, where certain contradictions can't be matched, or even basic things. But yeah, I kind of felt sorry for Kirk, to a certain extent. And I say, God forbid, you could see his own downfall largely, because it's tragic, because he's the type character where it's just obvious that like Trump, his downfall was caused by his own hubris and his own just mistakes. That's why he's kind of like an interesting internet character, because you could see he might almost be on the verge of explaining something interesting, but his own hubris just brings him down, and it's obvious.
Yeah, Trump, I mean, unforced errors, which is a phrase you used earlier, that's often what I use to describe the way Trump conducted himself. Just mistake after mistake that no one was forcing him to make, that he wasn't really backed into a corner and just kept making mistakes anyway. I think he thought that his business negotiation skills were going to translate to politics, and that was just not the case at all. Speaking of which, what's your opening in chess? What's your go-to, out of curiosity?
These days, I really only play variants, and like I competed as a kid, and I played different openings, but now I play basically like King's Gambit, King's Indian, and I play mostly variants, Crazy House, Horde. But I'm more a volunteer coach. I'm not that competitive. I like chess as a study on how thought operates. Some of the best studies, psychological studies, on how people go about decision-making processes, or the variability in decision-making processes, or even skill levels. So some of the best studies are on chess, and it's an interesting network because I competed at chess. That just a network of interesting people that, and I actually have my own theories on chess as kind of like a spiritual form, the Vedas or Kabbalah. And I was thinking of like Kirk in the level of if he's a materialist, and a lot of times they say atheists are atheists because they say like, I'm an atheist because I know that, God forbid, like when I cried to God, God didn't listen. If there was a God when when I was in pain and crying in pain, and it didn't work, like I kept on being in pain and God didn't answer, and therefore I'm an atheist. And it's a pretty simple reason that anybody in their head, to whatever degree of suffering they had, is just like, I suffered, and I said, if there is a God, please stop the suffering, and I continue to suffer, so there must not be a God. But then on the flip side also, you could say like, I know there's no such thing as karma. I know there's no such thing as like a God who rewards the righteous and punishes the wicked, because for whatever reason, like in my youth, or like I did messed up things and I got away with it. Like, I'm sorry to tell you, like but like there is no God who punishes the wicked, because like like God forbid, like I'm wicked because I know I did this messed up stuff and like I never got punished for it. So it can't be that there's a God who punishes the wicked, or else like I've just been waiting, like when are they finally going to catch up to me for all this messed up stuff I did? And it's like, there's not, it's likely I'm going to get away with it, God forbid. And theologically, there could be different reasons why something like that might occur. And Kirk Doolittle might have came into a syndrome of that, where the Jewish theologians usually talk about the grace period God gives people between sin and punishment for sin, that there's not a direct sin and then a person gets punished. Sometimes it could take decades. God could be merciful, and then even if you believe in reincarnation, sometimes even God could delay punishment till future carnations. But Kirk seems like the kind of guy where he's like, I know like materialism is true, because like how else could explain all the messed up stuff I did and got away with? And now he's at the point where it's like did you really prosper from being wicked? And it's like, clearly the answer is no. Anyone who and so someone like you who is saying like, you're not trying to destroy the man, you're not like the ADL or the FBI, you're looking at his soul and saying like, Kirk, repent. You're just honestly, as a person who kind of likes you a little, as like some little bit of respect for like what you could be, like, dude, just repent.
Well, the weirdest thing, like speaking of the ADL, he accused me of cancel culture, and then one of his followers said I was trying to cancel him. But I don't think you cancel people by inviting them onto your show to have an hour-long discussion. In a way, I was amplifying his platform by having him on. So I don't even know why they're accusing me of cancel culture. It's not like
because he doesn't know who's who at this point. Like I'm saying, like he's a public personality. There's probably thousands of people that like don't like this guy and probably troll him. He's probably got followers and some benefits to like he does have a little bit to maintain his ego off of. But at this point, he's probably the dude where there's just like guns pointing at him everywhere, and he doesn't. It's too hard to tell who's friend or foe, so it doesn't matter. He's looking at you, and he doesn't know like, are you FBI? Are you an agent? Are you a troll? And from his perspective, even with his high IQ, like he can't even figure it out. He's like, oh, there's people out to get me, and I can't figure out who's on whose side. Are they the ones out to get me? And you say like, anybody who's looking at it is like, dude, you got really bad karma. Like there probably are
from his
people
perspective,
it's because you got really bad karma.
You're like a mixture of Keith Woods and No White Guilt in his mind.
Neither of whom I've spoken
tell the difference
of being one of them. Yeah.
So this is the level of confusion that Kurt lives on.
But I mean, Mike, you understand why I was saying that? Like he probably just has general paranoia, and it's very difficult for him to assess like, is his paranoia correct to be directed at you, or are you okay? And he should still be paranoid in general that, like, oh, you're not that smart, and someone who's against him might be able to co-opt him against you. So he still has to, but like he's already at that. That's why I kind of feel sorry for him, because you could see that base level of paranoia that, like, he probably can't even trust his own family. God forbid.
I mean, I don't think he's got any. I mean, I would be surprised if he has any healthy relationships in his life, which a lot of people don't, to be fair. But obviously, there's something that he's doing that alienated 3 different wives that he's not examined at all.
Well, if he talked to him anyway, like he talked to you, I mean, he said, like, yeah, I mean, that's the,
Yeah.
the politics of personal destruction. You see, like, if you who are
If you
relatively,
yell-
in my view, you were trying to be pretty nice to him. From my perspective, like, you were trying to be nice to him, and he was reacting to you to that way. And I said, like, the world's a pretty cruel place. Like, you can see, like, I reject kindness because, God forbid, people who are trying to be kind to me might be trying to trick me. So it's safer just to reject kindness. And if you're in a state of emergency or bad situation, a lot of times, like, you need kindness, but due to security reasons, you're safer off rejecting it. So, I mean, you agree with that general assessment?
Well, I think he's probably not used to being disagreed with. I mean, it sounds like as he's positioned himself as this cult leader, and he's clearly surrounded himself with yes men. I mean, the guys on my YouTube comments, they have their own little language, their own special language with special acronyms and special phrases about baiting into hazard and GSSRM. He's like creating little clones of himself. So I think he's probably not used to someone just directly calling him out on being incoherent and not knowing what he's talking about. It's like R. Kelly. I don't know if you remember that musician R. Kelly. He had a music video series called Trapped in the Closet that was really dumb. And you could tell that he only made this because no one in his life was willing to tell him something that he thought was dumb. Like, he brought up this idea to his yes men. They said, oh, that's awesome. Do it, do it. And you get this really embarrassing series of music videos and songs. I don't think Kurt is used to having anyone just confront him directly and say, what you're saying is wrong. What you're saying doesn't make sense. So his little
He's
bubble.
done this before. I mean, I think he's done this before plenty of times. I mean, everyone knows that's what he does.
Okay, maybe you're right. I mean, I don't follow the guy's life, but it seemed to me like someone who's not used to having his beliefs dissected. But I didn't follow his conversation with these other guys either, so you might be right about that.
Well, yeah, he basically says that it's important to lurk for at least 6 months, probably 2 years, before engaging with the material, because it's just like so big brained.
Oh.
So he expects people to be conversant. Like, basically, if he's going to take your argument seriously, you already more or less have to be on board with his axioms and interpretations.
Apparently, because he accused me of being ignorant when I asked him to clarify it.
Well, according to him, they're absolutely unassailable. But if you dig under the surface, there's no real argument there. But there's these huge rants, like tons of spelling errors, and it's just like, what is this?
Well, I think I assailed them pretty successfully.
It was almost humorous. Like, he just, like, spit out, like, like, these terms. He was like, you have no idea what you're talking about. You don't even know what these terms mean. He's like, what are these, like, and like, so I mean, he was displaying some level of expertise or brilliance, but, like, at a certain point, like, like, he was off the thread, and what he was talking about was just irrelevant. It was kind of like, like, there's just, like, card tricks. He just kept on trying to do, like, card tricks to show his high IQ. It was like, follow me, look how impressive I am. When it was just like, just answer the question. Then he claims to have this, like, well thought out critique of Western society and Christianity, and he can't really express it other than in terms of like, you're too stupid to understand my critique. Yeah. So I'm not even going to give the critique. I'm just going to keep on telling you how stupid you are, as opposed to even saying, like, well, let me at least break a few things down to you or teach you a few things. And then, you could question, did he actually have anything useful to say? Did any of his ideas, make sense? What is his concept of Abrahamic deceit? Does he think that there is actually Abrahamic movement and that the only purpose of it is deceit? And then, like, what's at it? And is it, is the Abrahamic movement because he thinks it's not just Jews? He thinks there's a precursor Abrahamic movement that includes the 3 traditions, and it's not just the Jewish people. Or, I mean, he really couldn't mean, he could have a theory, like in theory, he could have a theory, but like he never explains it. He never breaks it down. And then just kind of like a authority and like, well, what's the authority to? Like, I want the authority for you to answer these questions. And he's like, no, like the authority for, just for some reason, he's trying to create himself as an authority, which is kind of like nonsensical. If it's like, okay, I'll submit to a master because the master knows better than me to help me fulfill my purpose or is going to help me maximize myself. And he doesn't even really have like a direct value proposition. And you can say, okay, like he's like a hurt dog who doesn't think he has the safety to heal. Basically, it's like he's the guy, he's been hurt, and he's still in the corner fighting, and he knows that he's not in a situation of safety to just like to heal or whatever it takes. So it made it almost feel. But it's also interesting he returned. So you think like governmental agent. He said on the other show I saw he talked. What was the other show he was on?
Michael Sisko's show.
I mean, that Kirk Doodle was on this week.
I mean, I only saw him on Mike's.
Dutton. He talked to Ed Dutton on his YouTube page that's now up on BitChute, and he said the FBI, it spoke to him for 3 hours, and they are investigating him and Marks related to the insurgency, and there's probably no direct connection. And then to look at it, what is Kirk Doodle's role in the insurgency? And he's saying like zero. He was just saying there's part of human nature, and people are going to get triggered. And they're going to revolt. And like, I'm not telling them to revolt. I'm just saying it's like a fact. It's human nature. Or was he just, so his role is pretty ambiguous and unclear. Like, like he doesn't believe in God and spiritualism, but yet he's like, trying to be a guru. And what does it mean to be a materialistic guru? And usually like those guys are like womeneers and profiteers. And usually it's self-defeating because only spiritual people could be gurus, because if you don't believe people have souls, you're not really going to look after your best interest. You might have a temporary gain where you're picking up women, womenizing, conquering, making enough money where the dividends are high enough for all the people involved, but in a material venture it eventually crashes down. So, Kirk Doodle doesn't matter. Like, like there is no such thing as a material guru, and it was going to come crashing down eventually, no matter what.
Well, I got about 5 more minutes and I got to run. But to bring it back to the part where he was calling me dumb for not understanding him, I couldn't help but notice that he and his followers were doing the exact same thing to me that he was falsely accusing me of doing to him, right? Of insulting, shaming, and ridicule instead of engaging with the argument. I mean, he did that over and over again. Like when I was trying to get him to share with me his opinion of the origin of virtue, right? Whether virtue has some immaterial source or whether it's just purely a utilitarian thing to help people get along better in society, or whether it has a purpose beyond that. He asked me to define virtue, and I listed off some virtues, gave him my definition, right? But then later on, when I asked him to define what he meant by natural law, he lost his mind and accused me. He demanded I insist, I acknowledge that I'm just too stupid to understand. Admit your ignorance, say you don't understand, say the words you don't understand. So how is that not doing exactly what he was accusing me of doing? This is why I said at the end, your whole worldview is just projection here. To which, of course, he said, I'm psychologizing. So he created this whole system of terms that basically means I don't like what you're saying. And if you disagree with me, you're doing one of these terms. So the whole thing was created to do exactly what he's accusing other people of doing. And
you think if he was in a right state of mind, he would have had better answers, or you think like this is who he is? He never really had answers to these questions.
I don't know. I mean, he's not a healthy person. I believe there's a connection between the health of the body and the health of the mind and the health of the soul to some extent. That's not always the case, but to some extent. And I would have to see him in a healthy state answering these questions calmly and rationally before I could make up my mind. But I mean, I can tell you he's not going to be invited back onto my channel probably anytime soon. But it was certainly enlightening, and I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I had a good time as well. I was kind of making little jokes and taking little jabs at him. I was keeping myself amused, certainly. But thank you guys for inviting me on. I'm glad I got to come and chat with you all. I do got to move on with my day, but I appreciate
coming on. It was nice to meet you. We'll talk to you maybe sometime out in the future.
Okay.
Check in again sometime. We appreciate you doing it, and good luck in your streaming career. And sometimes it's something like this that gets you noticed, gets you a bigger audience. So maybe you could so as to capitalize and try to counter some of the negative spiritual energy, turn it into good.
Hopefully. All right. I'll see you guys later.
Great. Okay, yeah, glad Michael was able to kind of last minute top on week in review. That we were going to talk about Kirk and on Edward Dutton and his show, and so it is interesting that he did really, he sounded reasonably rational and intelligent with Dutton, and he displayed a little bit of the same characteristics with Dutton, but I think he saw that Dutton kind of also had that, he's a professor, he knows what he's talking about. He Doolittle wasn't going to bully him in that manner, and it was actually a reasonably intelligent, interesting conversation, and something just was triggered in this where Doolittle like reverted to like playground mode, and
maybe he was just trying to front run what he saw as an inevitable Christian playground mode.
I guess he was personally, this Michael guy made like a video and attack on him, so Doolittle probably did just want to crush him, to a certain extent, but and maybe to his base or something, he felt that's what he did. But to me, he just demonstrated that he didn't have a coherent, well thought out worldview, and his like ontology doesn't really add up. I mean, saying like he's still a smart guy, has interesting thoughts, and even if he is a prophet of the revolution, God forbid, even just to think that like is Kirk Doolittle like a leader of the revolution, and saying like like even intellectually, and even he said like he doesn't want the revolution to happen. He just saw it was going to happen, and he was so certain it was going to happen. He's not scared to talk about it because it's just obvious it's happening. It's going to happen. God forbid, makes him an interesting character.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the troll characters from that mystical, magical book that was alleged to be I don't know what they were, bankers or something. It'd be like one of those little troll banker things being the head of the hordes. I can't remember what they are because I never read the books. I don't even know if it's J.K. Rowling or whoever else writes these types.
I don't read fiction, and I sell fiction books. I sell fiction literature occasionally.
Imagine just a little tiny troll, sort of like gnomish looking character leading the hordes. It's like, that's not happening. It's some miraculous warrior on top of a horse.
If you mean like Tolkien and The Hobbit, I actually have that. I might list that for sale. I have that.
Nice. Yeah.
Anybody likes science fiction here? Like, I have like a huge science fiction collection. It's almost not even valuable enough to put up for sale on eBay.
You got any Red Dwarf?
I'm not even sure. I'm not familiar if you look through it or if you told me an author, if it was famous. I noticed I haven't went through it yet.
Oh, okay, yeah. There's only about 5 books written by them, but it got made into a TV series of the same name. So, did you want to do the intro to the show? Because I don't think we actually did that technically.
Yeah. So something was wrong with my Facebook, and I don't know if it was government or something. Like so I was going to talk to the guy who talked to Kurt Doolittle. Or if it was just like a Facebook glitch, but like for like 30 minutes, I guess like we weren't able to message on Facebook, and then I saw Brother Augustine was willing to come on, so if you just bring him on right away. So welcome week in review, interesting week, a lot to talk about. Think I'll be a little bigger audience than regular, so welcome. I have to think about a chant, so let me just say the week in review. So it was actually a pretty interesting week. I was on Luke Ford a few times. Charles Moskowitz, just regular conversations, nothing super eventful. I finally did my stream on reincarnation and the Jewish view. Jennifer came on the end. We talked like an hour. I presented a lot of information and the overall theology of Jewish reincarnation. And in fact, if Jennifer doesn't mind, because this had originally been my plan, and until the last minute, Michael, he replied to my message, complimenting him on his stream, that and he said he'd come on. I wanted to read another story from this Jewish book of reincarnation. Maybe hear Jennifer's comment on it, if that's all right. Is there anything anyone wanted to come on, or anything direct for Week in Review?
I haven't talked to anybody yet. No one's reached out to me. So if anyone in the chat wants to come on and not act disgracefully, that would be awesome. Always open to having new people. I can let Samish know that we're live.
He told me he probably is not going to come on this week, and he might not have anything to come on. We don't, like, people don't have to come on just to, if you don't have any reason. Like, I have a lot of research too. I messaged, I started researching eugenics and kind of this like blue-eyed question: why do so many Jews have blue eyes? And so it's interesting. The phenomenon has actually been pointed out historically, going back hundreds of years, and even is 400 years ago. There's even studies pointing out that the Jews in Europe had reasonably high percentage of blonde hair and blue eyes, and so I did have some literature that might be interesting to talk to Jennifer about that. And also JF's new thing on Bitcoin, his new like anonymous Jewish streaming partner. I thought that was ironic and humorous and funny. We talk about that, like, God forbid this guy story, like he has to have the FBI come to his house thinking he's like an anti-Semitic terrorist, and he's like, no, it's a Jew. It's okay. Like, I was just posting the anti-Semitic stuff online. So I don't even know how this dude, if he was trying to spin that like it was a positive or something, but like, who this base non-Jew that is
It got
JF's
really weird at the end, didn't it?
No, to me that wasn't weird. It makes sense to me that that Bitcoin, it'd be a base non-Jew. I'm saying, like, of course, and it's just interesting JF's karma about like materializing this. Like, JF doesn't really understand money, finance, how to make money, and at the end of the day, like, he's gonna be a victim of his own country boy with the high IQ, where he's gonna team up with some like base non-Jew, and they're gonna be, God forbid, like pump and dump Bitcoin or like blockchain scams, God forbid. So he's got to be careful. I mean, if he knows stuff and there's so let me read this story on reincarnation to set a more serious tone. And I gave Jennifer a
Sorry,
bunch
was
of
that
links.
one of the links? Because I'm starting at collective degradation, slavery, and the construction of race. I'm guessing this isn't it.
No, I didn't give you the link, so you could take it off screen share, and I'll probably screen share those. Actually, you don't. Yeah, you could take it off screen share, and you could screen share those in a second. I'm just going to read this story.
Sure.
This is from a book that's not available publicly. The Jewish Tales of Reincarnation. If people want to buy it, recommend it. The Bull of Castile. So this is just a Jewish legend of reincarnation to get a little bit of a feel of Jewish legends of reincarnation. I did my big stream of like the whole science and theology. But if you're a Hasidic Jew, you probably heard a lot of these stories. Like, even reading these, I remember these stories. I remember when I decided to take the Hare Krishna story, the story I told about the Baal Shem Tov and the Ukrainian thieves that had this secret underground passage to Jerusalem. And I had thought that maybe those had been like disciples of Lord Chaitanya. And like, we talk about that in connection that like that the Baal Shem Tov, that was he influenced by Hindus or people from India, gypsies, and the evidence and looking at the stories. But some of the best ways to get a feel is just to hear the legends and the stories, although the Kabbalah is generally technical and put like a science. So this is called the Bull of Castile. It once happened in Castile that the Spaniards were planning a huge summer fiesta. As usual, the celebration would include a bullfight where brave matadors would pit their strength and cunning against enormous charging bulls. Bullfight tomorrow, come one, come all, shouted the barker in the market square. See the huge bull we have chosen for the greatest of the matadors, on display now near the arena. Never have you seen such a bull. It is the king of the bulls himself. Bullfight tomorrow, come one, come all. Joseph, even David, shuddered. Bullfight, he knew, was forbidden to the Jews, not by the Castilian rulers, but by the religious law of the Jews themselves. Already in Roman times, the wise rabbis had taught that killing animals for mere sport was both cruel and barbaric. Tsar Balei the law was called in Hebrew, a Jew must never knowingly inflict pain or suffering on animals. For this reason, Joseph the Jew had never been to a bullfight, even though he'd lived in Spain all his life. Still, Joseph was curious to see the huge bull. The whole marketplace was buzzing with talk of this enormous animal, and Joseph wondered if the bull was really that big. Pardon me. Or had simply grown larger with each telling of the tale. What harm could it do, he thought to himself, if he just walked past the pen to see what my own eyes it would be on the way home after all. When Joseph arrived at the bullpen, he saw a crowd of ragged Spanish peasants leaning on the fence, taunting the animal and daring it to charge. The bull was indeed enormous, with huge muscular shoulders and long sharp horns. The neck was thick and powerful. The hide was black and shiny. In the bull's nose was a heavy brass ring, which glistened in the sunlight as the animal stomped its feet and lowered its massive head, shaking its horns from side to side. He also pushed his way to the fence for a closer look. At just that moment, the bull looked up and stared straight at him. Surprisingly, the huge brown eyes seemed almost sad, as if to belie the fierce countenance of the animal, which resumed stomping and snorting, much to the delight of the crowd. But Joseph the Jew had seen enough, quietly turned away and headed towards home. That night, Joseph had a strange dream. The spirit of his deceased father had appeared and said, "My son, I must tell you something important. While I was alive on earth, I committed many sins, and it was decreed in the heavenly court that I must return to earth in the form of a bull, the very animal that you saw today. I had hoped that I would be slaughtered in a kosher manner, and my meat would be used by Jews for a holy purpose, but instead I have been chosen for the bullfight. Tomorrow the Spaniards will tear me apart purely for sport, with no opportunity to use my flesh for the mitzvah. Instead, the non-kosher carcass will be thrown to the dogs, and who knows where my wandering souls will go next. You, Joseph, my son, you alone could see the sadness in the eyes of the bull today, because your soul sensed that the soul of your own father has transmigrated there. So now it is up to you. Redeem me from this terrible fate. Go to the owner of the bull and spare no expense to buy it. Then have it slaughtered in the proper kosher manner. Give the meat to the poor Torah students so they may celebrate the Sabbath with joy and feasting. In this way, my bull's body will be used for a mitzvah, and my soul will be free. With God's help, I can again return as a human being and serve God as a Jew." Joseph awoke in a cold sweat. What a strange dream that was. Like most Spanish Jews, he believed in the truth of prophetic dreams, although he never expected to have one himself. What if it was only a dream and nothing more? But on the other hand, what if it was really true? He could not afford to take a chance. He would have to redeem the bull at any cost. All night long, Joseph thought about how to do this. Soon the birds outside began to chirp, and the rooster crowed in the distance. After washing his hands in the basin beside the bed and making the proper blessings, Joseph went to the window and pulled back the curtain. The sun was already rising. He would have to hurry. If the bullfight began at noon, they would be making preparations as soon as it was light. He must buy the bull before the crowds began to gather. Quickly, Joseph dressed and said the morning blessings, then headed for the arena, where the hired peasants were already putting up colorful flags and grooming the horses for the procession. The huge black bull was still in its pen, snorting and bellowing angrily at the peasants, who cursed in return. Suddenly the animal spotted Joseph and stopped, standing perfectly still in what seemed an eternity. Once again Joseph's eyes met the bull. The animal stared so pleadingly, so humanly, that there could no longer be any doubt. The dream was indeed true. Trapped inside the bovine body was the tormented soul of his father, longing to be free. Joseph approached one of the peasant workers. "Tell me, senor," he said, "who owns this bull?" "Why, the master of the building, Don Martinez, of course." "And how much does he want for it?" The peasant looked at Joseph with disdain. "The bull? You want to buy this bull, stupid Jew? It is not for sale. It is for the bullfight today, as the Castile already knows." "I also know that," Joseph said, ignoring the insult, "but I must have it anyway, so how much?" "I told you it's not for sale, but maybe if you talk to Don Martinez, he might sell if the price is right, but I warn you the price will be very high." "Nevertheless, I must try," said Joseph, thanking the peasant. He handed a few copper coins, then turned towards the home of Don Martinez, the bullfighter master. Of course, Don Martinez did not want to sell the bull. Why should he? There was already many wagers resting on the bullfighting, expected to make a lot of money for show itself. To sell the main attraction would be sheer madness. How could this insolent Jew even think of suggesting such a thing? It was total arrogance, and Don Martinez said so, but Joseph the Jew was determined. "Name your price," he insisted. Almost as a jest, Don Martinez named the outrageous price, enough to buy 10 such bulls. He fully expected the Jew to back down, but Yosef remembered the message in his dream. Spare no expense to buy this bull. But his father's spirit had said, the sum was indeed enormous, a king's ransom in gold. To pay it would reduce Yosef to utter poverty, but not to pay would be even worse, because it would condemn his father's poor soul to yet another exile. Yosef did not waver, he would meet the price. Sold, said Yosef, the bull was his. That Friday morning the bull was led to the slaughter. Calmly it raised its head to expose the throat, standing perfectly still while the slaughterer did his work. The blood was drained and the meat cut up. Already the word had spread, and long line the poor Jews came to get a piece of fresh beef for their Sabbath meal. Pious housewife salted and soaked the meat in proper manner and prepared it according to the favorite recipes. Throughout the Castilian ghetto that night, many families sang and learned Torah around the Sabbath table. They praised the generosity of Joseph the Jew, but also wondered why he had donated such an expensive bull to feed the poor. Even more puzzling, how could it be that the meat of this tough old animal was so tender, so juicy, so utterly delicious? It was, in fact, the very best meat that anyone could remember tasting. And so it was that Moses' father was redeemed through the songs and praises of the poor on Sabbath. Free at last, his soul did not reincarnate again, but went straight to the Garden of Eden, where it remains to this day. And as for Yosef ibn David, he continued to give Sabbath food to the poor and was blessed with prosperity. And if on the stream I did, the song I sang at the beginning, Bivli Mishkanevna, this story is in that book of, the mantra I chanted on my stream, that this story comes from that book.
Thanks for sharing that. That was really interesting.
Have you heard such a story? Does it intuitively make sense to you?
It's arouses my imagination, but it sounds unfamiliar. It's, I mean, there's the Minotaur story from the Greek legends. I
mean,
would say
MTH
closest,
just
but that's
reincarnation.
very far.
MTH, reincarnation, legends. Is it possible that this is a true story? This is a holy book, a Jewish book. This, every Jew knows the author of this book. Saying every Jew sings the songs, like Yedid Nefesh, one of the most famous rabbis, not like the Arizal, but in the school of the Arizal. Actually, he's not that well known, but like people who know his influence, and his influence is well known. And he says this story as a fact. He even gives the names of the Goy and the Jews involved, and says it's a lesson of how reincarnation works. Does it make sense to you that that could be how reincarnation works? That this father could have committed enough sins that for whatever reason he was destined to be reincarnated to this big bull, and it was going to be continuing punishment, that he was going to be slaughtered by the Spanish peasants,
I get it.
and have to go through the process again and again. And he was given one chance to appear in a dream to his son, that just say, son, I know this sounds crazy, but buy this bull and give it to the poor so that I don't have to burn in hell. And that his son listened to him, and it was true.
The truth of that statement, if we're going to look at it from a karmatic analysis, would depend on whether the guy who was incarnated in the bull believed was capable of such a feat. Because it's always like what's possible is always dictated by intention. So objectively, that, if someone gets reincarnated as a bull, then they get slaughtered, it doesn't mean anything. But if it means something to them, that's when it would mean something objectively. Hopefully
there's multiple ways to interpret it also. I mean, it's possible, so to say, that his father's spirit wasn't in the bull till he looked the bull in the eyes and saw the sadness, and then he was given an opportunity through a material action to redeem the soul of his father, through his father's soul, so to say, entering the bull. So is it possible that, like the stories I told the other day from the same book, where it was preordained that the person be reincarnated into a frog, and that a period of many years later, that he would have his first opportunity for his son to free him, and the stories I told him on my stream because the man wasn't righteous and did not properly train his son. His son did not say the proper blessing and did not free the soul of the father. But in this case, it's a dream, and somehow this son is given the opportunity to redeem his father. But it's a huge test of faith because, like, what he's going to sell, he's going to use all of his wealth, put himself into poverty just to buy some bull at 10 times market price, just to have it slaughtered and given to the poor because he had a dream that said that the soul of his father is in it, and that's the only way to free him from hell.
I'm not sure I really understand what you're asking me from Leica, because I want to try to answer it using the MTH framework, but sort of struggle to.
Well, I mean, I
know
guess
where
if
to
you as an
start.
expert in reincarnation, because this is a Jewish story of reincarnation. It's in an extremely famous book, and it's documented with actual names of the people involved.
And you want to know if I think that this could have actually happened?
Well, I mean, you don't have to. I guess you don't have to
Physically?
analyze it. I'm just saying why I read it.
If I
and I'm
was
saying-
going to take a stab at analyzing it metaphysically, I would say it's a story that is meant to highlight the importance of placing faith in revelatory wisdom. That's what
Yeah,
I
I
would
mean,
say that the sort
there's
of the
details that
grand
aren't
narrative.
filled in. Like, how do we, did he tell a rabbi? Did he do it on his own? Did he eventually, tell a Kabbalist, and the Kabbalist said, yes, the right decision, and somehow verify, something unverifiable, that the story verifies that it worked? Or, is it a legend? Is it a made-up story meant to teach something? I mean, it's not. I'm telling you, it's not a made-up story. We have the names, dates, and places. This is
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it can be true and made up at the same time. Like, something can have happened, and then there's like this myth attached to it, and
it could be known that
reality is the thing that was like written down or whatever.
well, I have on my YouTube page, I'm saying, the doctor here that, built a Hindu temple based on a revelation, and whether he actually had that revelation that the mother Shakti possessed him and said build him a temple, and he did it, and spent over $1 million of his own money, and even ended up sleeping in the temple. And I have some videos in the old Week in Review. Jennifer even had a little clip in the intro from there. But the person says he had a voice in his head, and he thought it was true. It was the mother goddess, and it was possessing him to build her a temple. And so this Jew who had a dream, and he was a superstitious Jew, and you knew that Jews believe in dreams. And this dream said, save your father's soul, buy this bull, slaughter it, give to the poor, to something like Kirk Doolittle, who has a vision. There's going to be a revolution on racial lines, and it's probably going to look something like the insurrection.
Yikes. There's a lot of ideas in there. Not too sure where to dive in, though. So maybe I could do my week in review, or because I really.
Yeah, sure. You don't have to comment. I just kind of wanted to say that I thought it was an interesting story. People get a view of, kind of like how historically Jews have viewed reincarnation, and also kind of to look at it like Kirk, who claims to be a materialist. But Kirk probably hears voices in his head, and he probably listens to them, and it's probably reincarnation the source of those voices, would be my prognosis. And so from my, I was arguing on Facebook with this guy about Jake and Genie, the guy with the the Capitol rioter, saying, who claimed on Alex Jones that he was being persecuted for belief in reincarnation. And I showed Jennifer that meme of the picture comparing, she put up later, but saying like it's probably true. He probably hears voices in his head, and if he went to a doctor, they would tell him he's crazy and give him some medicine. However, the voices are probably true, and the sources of those voices are probably reincarnation. Even if a guy like Kirk doesn't recognize that.
Well, I would put it as like I wouldn't say the source is reincarnation. I'd say that there's some souls that have lost their bodies but haven't reincarnated yet, and they're just sort of like chilling, and that they take interest to varying degrees into what we do here on Earth. And we have, as I've mentioned many times, a biological imperative to block out the psychic signals of other organisms because they would interfere with our need to survive. So hopefully that makes it all clear. But yeah, I mean, reincarnation would be one part of the whole cycle of consciousness.
I'm saying that recognize that what Kirk Doolittle is just a messenger. There is a man, Kirk Doolittle, who has a history and a bio, but the message is bigger than Kirk Doolittle himself, and it's probably, you know, so to say, a historic personality that's speaking through him, whether you want to describe it as reincarnation or how exactly that works. But just say the voice speaking through Kirk Doolittle is not Kirk Doolittle. It's not because he's a federal agent. It's because, like, you know, it's a reincarnation. It's a spiritual power from previous generations or something. That would be my prognosis.
Well, what if he's a reincarnated vet? Just kidding.
We're going to talk about. I don't know if you made the meme for anachronizing, but it's saying like, no, I mean,
I can't just make memes on command, you know, because memes don't work like that. Like, memes are always revelatory, so I have to, in order to make a meme, I just have to like get myself in the right headspace to have the revelation of the meme in its final form. And then once I've seen it in its final form, I can easily reproduce it. But if you're just like, oh, can you make a meme on this? Maybe I'll get the revelatory inspiration for it, but I haven't gotten enough information as to how you want the meme to look, because you're basically saying that this word doesn't exist yet, but we need to make it as a means of describing a process, which is how we're going to start using MTH in historical analysis, correct?
Yeah, so why don't I just let Jennifer do her week in review. Maybe I'll prepare a chant just to try to get a little better energy for the rest of the show. So go ahead and do your week in review. I'll be back in a second, but I'm taking I'm listening though.
Thank you for listening in, and thank you for sticking it out. Actually, kudos to Doooovid for continuing on with week in review. We're at, I want to say, let's have a look here at the 91. Dang. Good job. And all the people in the audience, thanks for showing up. So I'm just, you know, keeping abreast of things. Like, I'd actually forgotten about the argument or the conversation between Dutton and Doolittle, because it was displaced in psychic energy from the JF Satoshi Street Bets thing. And I also had like a revelatory insight of how to make a cryptocurrency that would actually incentivize something other than greed and grifting and groveling, the 3 Gs. I want to stay away from those. There's just something cringe about people groveling, you know, before these cult leaders, isn't there? So I can't even remember who I made this for. I think it was Doooovid, though, but it has come up with several people, this idea that metaphysics is pre-thinking. So you can't get around metaphysics for the same reason you can't get around physics, because metaphysics is like the how you interpret physics, and physics is what you interpret. So we have 2 basic possibilities. So there's like think of it like a spectrum, I guess. At one end would be bottom-up metaphysics, and at the other end you have top-down metaphysics, and then I suppose you have conceivably intermediaries. But this is one of those things where if you think you understand it, if, you know, without really investigating it too much, you're probably mistaken, right? Because these things take a while to click as to what it is that's actually being said here. So it's not what you're thinking, it's how you're thinking. It's the sub or pre or proto thinking process. So that's either going through a bottom up metaphysical archetype canon, or a top-down metaphysical archetype canon. So most of our archetype canons are top-down, like they're just there, like Christmas, it's a thing. It's top-down, just plop there. Can't remember a time when there was no, Yule tide, Christmassy type thing. Not a great example, but there are sort of not that many examples of the one on the right, top-down metaphysics, which you call like an integral system. Because if you're starting at the universe and going down, any system that does that is like a, top of the top down metaphysics, which is what you really want, for a lot of reasons that we'll go into in detail later. But basically, you've got disparate facts, linear progression, and reductionist moral dualism for bottom-up metaphysics. That's an extreme, right? But this mode of thinking is characterized by, like, essentially the disorganized librarian, right? Just a person who has encyclopedic knowledge, but it's not sorted. So it's just sitting there. So you're sort of bottlenecking at your own capacity for memory. And some people have a really impressive memory. We've met a couple. And you can tell by the speed at which they're speaking, recall the concepts, explanatory detail. It's good memory, but there's a limit, right? Because it's a certain type of information. Whereas with top-down metaphysics, you're integrating the information processing into the how of thinking rather than the what of thinking, which allows for more orthogonal information dissection. So thank you for paying attention to my little ramble there. I wanted to talk about this, came out February 6th. Efficient generation of high dimension quantum teleportation. Okay, yeah, I mean, they dress it up to sound so whatever. It almost sounds like sci-fi, right? But what we're looking for is entangled photons transferring coherently at, well, relatively friendly temperatures, right? So we're tracking not just how many photons they can fit in the field, but really like the information, because this is essentially going to be microprocessor-esque. It's always going to be down to like the guy interfacing directly with the microprocessor. Okay, haven't checked. Oh, Doovid's back. I thought maybe you had gone off for a while. I don't want to be too boring. I could probably ramble for a while here, but I'll just quickly summarize the multiverse. I think I sent you this link, Doovid. It was basically like ragging on the multiverse, and it sounded like something I would write when I was feeling hormonal, times
I was
10.
listening the whole time. I just went to my kitchen, but so you didn't really do any week in review. You weren't on any shows.
Well, this is what I've been thinking about this week. But in terms of what I've done this week, I don't know. Not a whole lot that I could talk about. Excuse me.
Yeah, hopefully
I just
Ruben
spent time
Brink will be
contemplating
back
the same
in
thing.
a few weeks.
Oh yeah, that would be great. Hopefully that works out. Bitcoin, is that what you want me to call it, Lambie? There was another thing about the universe working like a human brain. I thought that was funny after their idiocy about the universe working like a neural net, which works like a human brain. So, and then also my friend got a 3D printer and he's been trying that out. So I'm really excited about that. And I was like, why don't you come on the show and talk about it? He's like, give me 2 more weeks to become an expert. I was like, 2 more weeks? 2 more weeks posting. I realized that all the life molecules had a certain chirality, and I was quite surprised that I didn't know that already. And yeah, that's basically, that's all I can say. I won't ramble too much because I don't want Doovid to get bored here.
We got the fake Dr. Kevin Barrett in the chat. I haven't spoken to him for a while. I saw he still has E. Michael Jones on his show like once a month. I occasionally watch that in 2-speed, but Yeah, some interesting updates on, certainly very relevant with Jennifer's updating. It takes quite a bit of regular study and thought on these complicated issues. And so it's always nice to have an update on that. Did you want to go through some of those things I did earlier? Or did you have more things you wanted to show?
I have a few more things, but we can go through some of your stuff.
Yes, I might
where
end
do you
up
want to
doing.
start?
You just, I guess, put them up and.
You want me to put your YouTube video up? The one
You could
that's
do them in any order,
okay.
but I guess I don't
random.
see them for a little bit of a delay. So
Yeah, it's just going to take me a minute to load it.
Yes, I'm not sure if I'm going to do a public study session. God forbid. I saw a presentation last night. I saw a presentation a few weeks ago at our local Holocaust Museum from actually a big scholar from the National Holocaust Museum in Washington on eugenics and Nazi doctors. And then last night, the local synagogue, this woman doctor, who, God forbid, father was in Auschwitz, did a presentation about medicine and eugenics. And she had actually devising curriculum and taught a course at the university that's right next to Auschwitz, and they're designing God forbid, it's going to be mandatory medical ethics course that teach this new eugenics history. And I don't know, I mean, it's a little bit disturbing, but basically, according to the majority understood narrative, the first people that were killed World War II in the rise of the Nazis was largely German people with retards, people with intellectual problems, and they also had a sterilization program, and it wasn't necessarily anti-Semitic in the beginning. And the purpose of this lecture was just to show how many doctors were involved in it, and even the vast popularity of what they call the extreme eugenics that involved, in the beginning, even killing, autistic people, even Dr. Asperger. I think a lot of those people ended up being killed. The people that were studied for what's now called Asperger syndrome, even. And so it's just an interesting history. And because of that, I spent hours today just looking up eugenics and the history of it. And it was also related to, Jennifer asked me about, so to say, the history of racial differences. And I covered some of it. I have some of the research I've done for myself on, the history of how people looked at racial differences from a Judaic interpretation, besides ancient interpretations, and even, some sort of explanation of Hefglitzens here of, just how did it come to be today that Jews are so white, and even the role of how eugenics might have played in that. Did Jews breed for lighter features over 1,000-1,500 year period, and what kind of evidence is there that possibly something like that actually happened? So I gave Jennifer a bunch of articles that had some interesting stuff, also some history, maybe some of the European people here don't know about. That's actually quite fascinating.
Do you want me to start there?
Well, I just put them up in any order. I mean, but it just take me a second, to say what these are, because I don't know if anyone actually, other than me, would actually read through these articles, or even if I did a week, like a study session where I tried to read through these articles and explain, if anyone would watch it. But if you want, you could put them up, and I could just give a brief overview of what some of these
Slavery
articles.
and Construction of Race. That one? Is that what you want?
Yeah, it may not work for Jennifer to put these up just because of the delay, and I'm not going to see it till 30 seconds till after she has it up. And I didn't memorize these articles, but you could just put them up and just say that there's various articles that have various different histories. Maybe just if she wants, put the link, or maybe I'll do a more in-depth dive on. So unfortunately, it would appear that in ancient times there was a Jewish conception that Jews are like the intermediary of, not too white, not too black. We were Mediterranean, and even, that was the best. That's the best. It's best to be in the middle. People to the north are very white. People to the south are very dark, and Jews are Middle Eastern people, and that's the best. It's like the golden mean, and Judaism is the religion of the golden mean, and very likely in Talmudic times, through probably even the Roman times, that's the way Jews looked at it. There might have been, some diversity among Jews to features, but likely Jews were, Mediterranean, darker, Arab type peoples. Earliest evidence in literature comes about the 3rd century, and we call it like the Curse of Ham, which is in the Bible, and there's verses, but this concept that sin causes people's skin to turn darker, that the direct reason of why some people are lighter and some people are darker is because darker people sinned, and that's the origin of their dark skin. God forbid. But this idea starts being introduced in different sources in Christianity and Judaism around the 3rd century. And by the 10th century, 12th century, in Ashkenazic Jewish texts, this concept that dark skin is caused by sin is almost the mainstream in the majority of Ashkenazic texts. And, we could look at those texts or there's articles, and it's interesting to look at the history. And then I showed Jennifer a few other articles that look at what did Jews look like? How, light featured were Jews? And was there a period? Is it possible that this concept, Jews were moving into Europe, and at about 1,000 years ago, the majority of the Jewish population was in Europe trying to survive there. They'd had this concept that sin causes dark skin, so that likely made it that Jews started selecting for light features. God forbid, if they thought that sinning causes you to become dark, it makes sense that they were selecting for light features. So it's interesting that there's a historical survey. So there was actually a famous German doctor in like the 1870s. So wait till Jennifer gets to that. Did a study. But
It's
there's
up there right now. John Beto.
Yeah, I think so. So
Yeah, I've got it showing up there. The link is there as well, so people can check it out if they'd like to. I'm
So
sorry
already
if this is hard to read. It's a bit
Yes.
small.
Yeah, but I'm not expecting anyone watching this to be able to read that. I don't even know if anyone who watches this would read this stuff, but I'm just saying some of the
No,
literature.
actually, maybe it's just legible at this scale.
Just to give some of the ideas. So the question of who are the Jewish people? Is there a Jewish race or religion? And do the Jews actually come from the ancient Israelites? Has been debated by Jews and non-Jews for hundreds of years. And then the question of what do Jews look like? So going back 400 or 500 years, there are already multiple statements from non-Jewish writers that Jews in Europe look just like we do. And from the writings of the Europeans, they're saying that they have blonde hair and blue eyes and a certain percentage, just like Europeans. They're indistinguishable. And that there's already writings of that about the Jews going back at least 500 years. And then you talk about actual studies of scientific testing. So in the 1870s, there's a huge study of like 6 million Germans where they really go into detail with like eye color, skin color, hair color, and they have teachers and school systems, and they have to fill out all these courseworks on millions of students. And, they find that in Germany at the time, 34% of children had blonde hair, 11% of Jews had blonde hair. So this is in the 1870 already that they had a study like that. And there's more studies like this. There's actually quite interesting to say, the Jews were really indistinguishable. To a certain extent, Europeans had been debating whether Jews are distinguishable from them or not already for 500 years. And the argument that they gave that Jews were indistinguishable was that they have blonde hair and blue eyes just like we do. The full history of a concept, also more recently, like Jews as black, Jews as not being fully white, and is that correct? So it's a pretty interesting. And then also the question, I say like Jennifer, like said Les, like he doesn't even look Jewish, from the perspective, that could mean
I'm never
somebody-
living this down, am I?
Well, I mean, yeah, because it shows a category error that I want to demonstrate that most people make the mistake, is they say like, oh, he has blonde hair and blue eyes, he doesn't even look Jewish, when he's saying like, there's way more Jews with blonde hair and blue eyes than there are black Jews or Indian Jews, or even if you take out Arabic Jews, and if you added up all the minority Jews put together, like Chinese Jews, Indian Jews, African Jews, besides like Arab Jews, there's more Jews with blonde hair and blue eyes than all of those other Jewish minorities put together. So just a nature of that historical dynamic is very interesting. And then historical, whether it was some colorism, that it was colorism natural to Judaism. If it wasn't natural to, like the word I want to say, the anachronisation, that were Jews, a Mediterranean people who at the time thought that it was superior to be middle feature, that it wasn't too good to be too light or too dark. And then some point around 1000 AD, that Jews determined that it was better to be white, and the theology switched to becoming completely pro-white, where even our literature told us that being black is a sign of sin, to a pushback right to where it affected the demographics that Jews selected for being white. Jews migrated so that the majority of the Jewish people were in white territories, to where today Jews basically are white, that Europeans still debate whether we're European or not.
Well, thanks for bringing these works to our attention, and
I mentioned there was the debate
get some more.
Rudy Rockman and Noam Chomsky, 92 Noam Chomsky, and this guy Rudy Rockman, I think he was one who I think he was on the debate with Mark Collett, but I'm not sure. But he's out there. He's kind of like a Hasbora type guy, even though he says he's not doing Hasbora. And Noam Chomsky himself said that he is not sure that that he's genetically Jewish. He said he's a Jew. He's culturally Jewish, but he doesn't actually want to confirm that he thinks he comes from ancient Israel genetically, or that any of that stuff is true, as opposed to to a lot of people. So it's even a debate where Noam Chomsky himself is like, he's probably basically Caucasian European who just has some sort of cultural history of being Jewish. And then there's also literature of modern Israel Zionism, where Orthodox Jews have generally accepted that we're genetically Jewish, that we're Orthodox Jews, but we're factually genetically Jewish. But there was also a debate within Orthodox Judaism of whether we are genetically Jewish and whether that matters. And so I thought that was pretty interesting. And then I have a few more books on like Jewish eugenics, where really like historical revisionism, Zionism was basically a eugenics movement. God forbid that and even Jews were active participants in eugenics, and even Jews. It's kind of interesting. You think like eugenics, thinking that lighter features are better, that Jews probably bred for lighter features. Europeans may or may not have bred for lighter features, and Europeans may have been genetically lighter because they were Europeans. They lived in colder climates. They didn't need to breed for lighter features. They became lighter because they were in colder climates and it was more adaptive, as were Jews, purposely bred in order to obtain lighter features. And it's actually interesting that there's substantial evidence that Jews actively did participate in efforts to become lighter, and even a lot of the original eugenicists were Jews or half Jews, and even I don't know if Canops comes on, the William Marr, who coined the term anti-Semitism. A lot of people claim that he was a half Jew, and mentioned, God forbid that, like, 2 or 3 of his ex-wives were Jewish or half Jewish. But it's an interesting concept, the origin of race, the origin of white supremacy, and the role of colorism in Judaism, and as the concept of, when I'm, if Jennifer wants to chime in, and then we'll talk about.
Are you aware of a list? I did have a quick question. Are you aware of a list of all the geographic locations mentioned in the Bible? Because I've heard allegations that, like, Ethiopia or the Nile or some stuff pretty far into Africa was mentioned in the Bible, but I haven't been able to confirm that.
Well, I mean, Ethiopia is mentioned. I mean, those are neighboring territories, and mentions other tribes or battles or who people are connected with. Moses' wife comes from Ethiopia. I mean, Ethiopia is geographically not that distance from Israel, and it's neighboring with Egypt.
Right. So I'm going to pull it up.
I was saying that when Ashkenaz is thought to refer to Germany, there's little evidence to think, like, when the Bible says Ashkenaz, are they really referring to Germany? Although the places in the Bible where it talks about Ethiopia are extremely likely to be talking about Ethiopia.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, like, how far do you have to go from the equator before you start to have some skin lightening? Because it happened in India in the north.
Whereas the ancient Israelites were probably aware that there were northern tribes, and the northern tribes were lighter, maybe blue-eyed people, or lighter hair colors, or whiter skin. But at the time, whether there was a sexual selection, like, oh, they have blue eyes, they're pretty, possible.
The blue eyes wouldn't have come first. The lighter skin would have come first.
But I was saying,
blue eyes would have come after.
There would have been no benefit to the northern tribes. They wouldn't have even necessarily been seen better than the southern tribes. In fact, at the time, at least from a biblical narrative, there was really nothing to look to in Europe. And even archaeologically, in the times of ancient Israel, there really wasn't much civilization going on in Europe. So even if the ancient Israelites were aware of the northern people, and that the northern people had lighter features, that they didn't think that was a good thing, that the colorism within Judaism comes later. Even in the time of the Talmud, and even, God forbid, if there's evidence of in the slave trade, in the, that up till, like 1000 CE, that there was a large slave trade of blue-eyed people, and that wealthy Jews and Arabs and Indians were able to buy blue-eyed slaves. It wasn't that difficult, because Europe was, kind of barbarians and pagan hordes, and it was easy for Middle Eastern people to go up and get a bunch of blue-eyed slaves and sell them throughout the Middle East, but they cost a little bit more money. And there's some evidence to demonstrate that.
Interesting. So you're saying that back in the day, it was like a happy medium thing, and there's no mention of this darker skin curse in the earlier writings, and that doesn't come around till later? Or is the darker skin curse an earlier thing too?
It would appear in even in the Talmudic era, up till probably the destruction of the temple, that Jews held ourselves to be Middle Eastern people in a golden mean between light and dark and a bunch of other things, and that was the best. The Jews were well aware in ancient times, biblical times, from, say, 3000, probably King Solomon's time, through the Roman destruction of the temple, Jews, King Solomon's time, they were well aware that there were people to the north that had light features, and there were people to the south that had darker features. The people to the north with lighter features were probably politically less significant to the Jews of the time, although they were aware of them. And certainly there was no indication of the time that Jews would have thought like, oh, like we want to, get in good with the blue-eyed man. We want to, like breed so that we have lighter features, or that so we could assimilate and look more like whites. That in the ancient time, that's certainly, according to any research, almost definitely not the case. Writings about racial differences where dark is bad and lighter is better don't really appear too much until, as I said, about 300 AD. There's some hieroglyphics, there's writing, some form of colorism, but even showing like white people that are clearly Northern European white, and even the original concept of sin causing dark skin, God forbid, was more racism against. There were two schools. So there was a school of racism just against Africans, and then there was a school of racism that was against all dark-skinned people. And that was, God forbid, a dispute among biblical scholars, whether the curse of dark skin applied to just Africans or all dark-skinned people everywhere in the world. The majority of biblical scholars, God forbid, held that it just applied to Africans, not dark-skinned people everywhere. But at the same time that they, this general concept that there's some sources in the Bible came into exception that you become darker by sinning. That the reason, there's a reason why some people have darker skin and some people have lighter skin. And the reason is because darker skinned people sinned, God forbid. But there's substantial literature within the Jewish tradition, God forbid, even the majority of the Ashkenazic Jewish sages basically accept this position for like 1,000 years, that darker skin is caused by sin. The position probably originates to differentiate between Levantine people and black or African people. But presumably eventually, as Jews are migrating north, this understanding that the darker African people are darker than the Levantine people, specifically because of a sinful nature, causes Jews to select for light features, and that Jews are moving north to a point where by 1500, large amounts of Europeans factually think that Jews are a European tribe that are just members of the Jewish religion, that Europeans who are Christianized, looking at it historically, are the Jews descendants of the lost Israelites, or are they European people who are Jewish by choice? That the majority of European Christians, not the majority, but they debated and discussed it, and a lot of them were convinced to already 500 years ago, just due to the fact of the sheer number of blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jews, that they were just another European tribe.
Well, we have one anecdote pointing to that. We'd need to look at other factual elements. I mean, you look at what the Christians today believe, and I don't think that's necessarily going to bear much on what they believed historically, because I think Christian beliefs have been quite fluid historically.
Yeah, so it's not directly in the Book of Mormon. It basically spells it out like that. That the tribes, and that one tribe became light because they were righteous, and the other tribe became dark because they were sinful. So from the Book of Mormons, it says it straight out. There is a sizable amount of Christian commentators for a period of time, although God forbid, unfortunately, it was probably more common in Judaism, the colorism concept, because as I said, the Europeans were European. They did not need to select for lighter features. The Jews presumably were a Levantine tribe and selected for lighter features, possibly due to theology or assimilation. But I mean, you see what I'm saying? The Europeans don't need to select for lighter features. They're European. It's the Jews who are Levantine, living in European lands, that select for lighter features?
I think they're all selected for lighter features for slightly different reasons. But yeah, what you're saying is correct. It seems like a reasonable interpretation of the facts.
Well, I'm trying. I mean, say that the first people with blue eyes didn't select for blue eyes through sexual selection.
I think they probably that did bear some influence on it.
So it's interesting that people already 500 years ago said that the Jews, that the people who argued that said like, no, the Jews are a foreign tribe and they have blonde hair and blue eyes at whatever percent, because moving north causes people to become lighter. So there's multiple writings going back.
That happens over a course of many. It happens over a far longer time period than what we're talking about.
Well, that's your opinion, but it's saying that there were scholars hundreds of years ago that thought that the Jews, even in 1,000 to 1,500 year period, that was what happened. That they write that no, the Jews are meticulous about.
Yeah, that was because they bred with people who already had blue eyes, but those blue eyes themselves took a really long time.
I mean, you can give your opinion. I'm just saying what the scholars at the time that had speculated that they said that no, that they said that the Jews are meticulous and they did not intermarry. They did not selectively marry blue-eyed people and breed for it. That it was the process of moving and living in the north that caused Jews to become lighter features even without inbreeding. So it's a dispute among scholars. Some say that there was no inbreeding between Jews and they still, even in 1,000-year period, acquired lighter features just by moving north. Even Jennifer, say, or modern evidence say that's ridiculous. I was saying that there was substantial opinions going back hundreds of years, even to 100 years ago, that claimed that the Jews, even if it was only 1,000-year period, moved north and acquired lighter features in that amount of time.
Just from being in the north.
Yes.
And you realize that some people have gone north and gotten darker, right? Certain Asian tribes in North America. How do you
Well, that's possible. I mean, you could dispute what I'm saying. I'm just giving an overview of the scholarship. So when Jennifer wants to come and say, okay, this one makes sense, and this one doesn't make sense.
What the scholarship
is, overview.
The scholarship is saying that it's not because of interbreeding; it's because of being in the north. It's not any.
I'm saying two different. For my point in this research, I'm saying two different things. One thing, the phenomenon that a large percent of Jews are light-featured or even indistinguishable from their neighboring Europeans goes back hundreds of years. The documented history from major European travelers, ethnographers, pointing that phenomenon out for hundreds of years. At the time, the people who wondered, who are these Jews and why do they look the way that they look, had different explanations. So one of the explanations was that, the Jews come from Israel in the Roman expulsion, and they became light simply because they moved north, even though they didn't inbreed and intermarry. So it's just one of the possible explanations. Say, okay, they didn't inbreed or they didn't intermarry. That moving north does not make you light in and of itself, and that if Jews became light, it's because they inbred and intermarried and bred for lighter features. But it's saying there were scholars up to 100 years ago that said, like, no, I mean, it's the same Jews that moved north just in the last 1,000 years, and that's enough that made them lighter featured.
Okay, then.
Yes, I found that pretty interesting, and so I'm doing more research, and it's really a fascinating topic. Even if you're Jewish, it's really interesting to think about, like, who am I, what are my origins, what does the genetic information say, and even on like a world level, a phenomenon like being involved in reincarnation, of like a racial level, is it the same personalities that are expressed in a different race? That the biblical personalities were Levantine or the black, and for a period of time that they were, those same souls were reincarnating in people who are basically European, saying like, no, these are the Jews. These are the reincarnations of the ancient Jews. And like, yes, they are in largely European bodies now, but they are the same ancient Israelites, factually, on a soul level, even if genetically, or you say on both levels, there's a certain genetic component that's true, that there probably is like a mother's or some sort of, there is a certain amount of pure Hebraic blood in these European Jews. But from a reincarnation level, it's like, no, these are the Jews. These are the reincarnations of the ancient Israelites, even though they are basically factually largely European.
Interesting.
And so the multiple truth hypothesis, really the reason I tried to develop what reincarnation was the main thing I had in mind that was so complicated to explain, although I see it's going to be useful for all sorts of things. But even just a phenomenon like that of adding the reincarnation level to who are the Jews today, and from the Kabbalistic reincarnation level, saying the Jews today are the same Jews in ancient time. Literally, it's the exact same souls. So saying, what difference does it make if the Jews today are reincarnated into a genetically different population than the souls were in ancient times?
Yeah, I mean, poof. I don't know what to say to that. You're just gonna say whatever I say is just irrelevant. So
You said it was relevant. I don't need to just. I mean to point like that you're. I'm going to give you the list of like the historic opinions, and for you to say that like, one of them is just obviously wrong. To me, seems like not even worth mentioning. Like you don't need to. I'm just giving you a list of historic opinions that you don't need to. Point out. That,
I guess I thought the point was to take the historical opinions and to try to crunch them together to get something out of it that was halfway scientific. That's what I thought we were doing, but I guess we'll just spend more time on the analysis and get to the science part later.
Well, it's also that I wanted to use this to explain my new word, the anachrorizing, which I said on Luke 4 and Charles Moskowitz, where it's saying where we're essentially creating anachronisms, and the anachronism is just the simple Greek ana, out, chronos, a time, out of order, usually historically referred to putting something in the past that doesn't belong in the past. So I think I actually studied the word when I was studying for the SAT, in examples like a television in ancient Greece. Like there weren't televisions in ancient Greece, it's an anachronism. And I think even like the Shakespeare has anachronisms that are famous. So it's a famous word. But in the Jewish scholarship that I was reading, they call the anachrorization process, or anachrorizing, which is really a religious strategy that Orthodox Jews use, but anyone could use, which is because we believe that the ancient scripture is axiomatic, and also a decline in generations, that the previous generations held superior wisdom to the current generations. So therefore, new ideas are worth less than older ideas. So if you come up with a new idea, it's more powerful, so to say, if you could show that it was an ancient idea and people always believed in it, even if there's no history of people always believing in it. Like we talked about reincarnation, where from a straight up level, there's very little evidence that Jews before 1000 AD believed in reincarnation. Although if you read the Jewish literature on reincarnation, it's all like, commentaries on biblical verses, and so to say, it was anachronized, that according to the scholars, that for whatever reason the sages decided to incorporate reincarnation into Judaism, and instead of saying that the sages decided to incorporate reincarnation into Judaism, the sages said that, oh, by the way, you might not know this, but Jews always believed in reincarnation and just didn't tell you for certain reasons. And we're revealing to you a whole bunch of secret literature that shows not only this cool system of reincarnation, how things work, but also that this is really what we always believed the whole time, with this new series of commentaries on the ancient literature. So from a rabbinic perspective, like, you have to do that. So from the scholarly perspective, they're calling it anachrorizing. So, when we're looking at these issues about historical processes, we really have to anachronize. So Jennifer's saying, like, no, we're using science to determine the truth. It's like, well, you can't really use science to determine the truth of what's right about history. And even these traditions where you have, these scholars, what they said at the time, and saying, well, what he said at the time clearly does not correspond with science, so he was wrong, as opposed to maybe someone else where they said somewhat corresponded with science, so maybe he was right. That's really an anachronizing process, also in a form of historical revision.
Yeah, well, science is a process, and you could certainly argue that it's revision. And maybe some of those things shouldn't be interpreted that way. If all it's going to do is ruffle feathers, then there's no point, right?
Well, I don't know, matter ruffle feathers. I'm saying, like, no, I'm saying, even if you're saying, like, no, it's the truth. Even if people are going to die over it, like Kirk Doolittle, he's like, it is the truth. I will search for it, even if it causes, God forbid, dead bodies. And like you're saying, no, Jennifer's a woman, and she's gonna, be willing to drop truth if it ruffles a few feathers. It's like, no, I'm gonna search for truth, even if there's piles, God forbid, of dead bodies that are left in my search.
Mm-hmm. So where does MTH come in for this then?
Well, MTH is for the uncertainty. So I was talking about, the question about, Jews. What's the origin of Jews? How do you explain the current status of the mass amount of Jews today being largely European blooded? And so you could look at it's a historical phenomenon that, like, theoretically maybe only has one answer, but there's a lot of uncertainty. So the MTH is looking at these various possibilities. So you're looking at it to put together a picture over thousands of years. That is it possible that for whatever reason, Jews in the ancient time developed a theology that held that people who sinned got punished with darker skin and therefore bred to be lighter, and then for other reasons got expelled or pushed into the north where they were in Europe. So coupled with these traditions that it's better to be lighter than darker, with being pushed into the north, caused Jews to select for lighter features today, where almost half of the Jews in the world are, like, at least 50% European blooded. And so it's just it's a hypothesis that can't necessarily been proven because it's a historical process.
You have to go back to the first cause, which is the people that worked in the fields versus the people who didn't, like a managerial class. Okay, wouldn't need to go out in the sun, and then that would have pressure to lighten the skin. And then you can think of that belief about the dark skin as being something which reaffirms a boundary between the managerial class and the agricultural class. So I would say that is the root of the mechanism.
Well, it could be greater forces to say in the ancient world.
Because I think it also operated in India to some extent.
What I'm saying, I'm thinking likely in the ancient world when slavery was popular, that it was just as easy and maybe cheap to get a blue-eyed slave as a black slave. That it wasn't like, oh, this is a blue-eyed man, like, that he should be master, and this is a black man, he should be slave. In the ancient world, there was no racial distinction, and there was an open slave market, and you could buy a blue-eyed slave just as easily as an African slave. That an ancient Israelite would have had absolutely no reason to select for light features. And then there becomes some change in dispensation.
Being the managerial class.
Where you can't just buy a blue-eyed slave. That and for whatever reason, and that there becomes a period of time where slavery starts to become forbidden, and you could no longer buy blue-eyed slaves, even though you could buy darker skinned slaves, and that you have Jews in the period where are had been in a managerial class, but the managerial class is shifting from whatever allowed Jews to be in it to a different factor that makes it so it can't be Jews, because Jews had been the managerial class, and now you're having blue-eyed people who are the managerial class, and Jews don't have blue eyes, and it caused that Jews.
Well, they might if they breed with their slaves.
Yeah, so that's
The
a
idea.
hypothesis of historically what happened, and it's very complicated to say, well, how prevalent was slavery, and saying till how long was slavery prevalent, and also his history of colorism. Was there any benefit to having blue eyes in the ancient world? And if you say no, at what point in time did that change? And is it possible that really only changed 1,000 years ago? Up until 1,000 years ago, there was absolutely no benefit to having blue eyes. You could buy a blue-eyed slave on the slave market in Rome or Jerusalem just as easily as you could buy a black slave.
Well, I think I mentioned that there was a benefit to blue eyes during the latter portion of the assimilation of the trait in the northern European populations, because those people are like almost entirely, if not entirely, blue-eyed, right? So there does appear to be a pressure that kicks in. But go back far enough, and all those people would have had brown eyes too, and would have had brown skin too, because they came from India. But that's like a different time scale than what we're talking about here.
Well, you also
So-
need MTH for that. I mean, from a biblical perspective,
The other thing I
like
wanted to mention before
after the Tower of Babel, all of those people in Europe had blue eyes. That they didn't develop blue eyes after time, that it was genetic. That say that some biblicists interpret literally that Noah had 3 different sons, and that Japhet had blonde hair and blue eyes, and Ham was black and had curly hair, and Shem was in between. And some people posit that it was miraculous after the Tower of Babel that all of a sudden all the descendants of Ashkenaz got blue eyes. Versus an evolutionary understanding that somehow it happened over time from moving north. Versus evolutionary, it happened over tens of millions
it's only
of years.
Indo-Europeans that can have blue eyes. Indo-Europeans are the only people. It's only Indo-Europeans that have the blue eye, whatever it is. I don't want to say deviation.
But these are all
genetic
theories. That's why I have MTH to say that there are so many different. You're saying that
Aryans is not a thing. Aryans is definitely not the right word, but Indo-Europeans have the genetic potentiality for variability of blue eyes, whereas some groups do not. So, like, you can look at the Japanese; they can have very light skin, but they don't have blue eyes unless there's an Indo-European admixture.
Well, and I think blue eyes are a recessive trait. So if a Japanese man has a blue-eyed wife,
that's what I'm saying. The blue eyes are coming from an Indo-European.
And the kid of that relation has a blue-eyed wife, that the grandkid is going to have blue eyes, even though they're. But he's saying
what
that
I'm saying
origin.
Is that those people do not have the genetic potential for variation into blue eyes, which is why, in spite of their population having light, relatively skin, I mean, are the Japanese white? I mean, they look pretty darn white sometimes. You see them, right? So, but their eyes are not blue unless there's admixture from Indo-Europeans, because Indo-Europeans have the genetic possibility to get blue eyes. That's why you have people in India who have green eyes in the north, because it just naturally happens. It goes from brown to green to blue. But this process takes longer than, for example, intermixing with another population and getting blue eyes due to what Doovid is describing here with the recessive traits.
Yeah, so it's actually quite interesting. Even the blue-eyed question doesn't really come up.
Extremely complicated. It's a really good question, because I think you're actually right that like it does cause a lot of problems because people get really confused by the blue eyes. And the other thing I wanted to mention was that people are really into jewelry in the trade centers. So they'd be adorning themselves with all sorts of jewelry, and the blue eyes, it's like, and exaggerates that jewelry-ishness. That factor, I think, is considerable along any major trade route.
Yeah, that's a symbolism that may be subjective that other people could read differently.
People are subjective. People are subjective. I mean, even now you can see people go gaga for blue eyes. Like, you got people trying to construct entire worldviews around the premise that blue eyes is somehow inherently a superior thing, even though there's obviously no evidence to point to that. It's clearly had a huge effect on some people. I mean, obviously for you, it's not as bad, and for me, it's not as bad. But maybe some people are just like googly eyes over the blue eyes.
Well, I don't mean, but I'm saying like that. If you're in the West, you're under almost complete dominance from blue-eyed people. Let's say like of people in positions of authority over me, or like higher than me. Probably well over 50% of them are blue-eyed people. That just a whatever the explanation for that phenomenon is, like it's a reality. You're saying like, okay, Biden, is a blue-eyed man. He's my president. Does it make a difference? Is it some sort of phenomenon that you're saying like, and like obviously all of the insurrection, the phenomenon, and saying how far does the phenomenon go, and then even the like I'm a Jew, I'm a Semitic people, however, probably over 50% of people in positions of power in the Jewish world are blue-eyed people. So the irony, or even just how do you understand that the Jews, the people of Israel, are represented largely by blue-eyed people, and it's actually a pretty difficult thing to understand.
People have a natural reverence for beauty because they equate it with.
I mean, you give an explanation
skill.
that there's a connection to beauty, but it's saying that even that so you're saying that the Jews bred with blue-eyed people because they considered the blue-eyed people prettier. So now Jews have blue eyes, or the elite among the Jews at even higher percentages have blue eyes, because simply historically the elite among the Jews who had the ability to have easier time choosing who they breed with chose to breed with blue-eyed people because they thought that they were more pretty.
Well, I don't want to ascribe intention here because, I mean, it's unclear to what extent people are aware of their inclinations, right? So
It wasn't even
I
free
would
will.
stop. I would stop short of saying this is exactly what they were thinking and why. I mean, I do leave the door open for like personal
So they couldn't control themselves. You're saying
choices.
it was Jewish slave traders and moneylenders
No,
in Europe,
I'm not.
and they saw these blue-eyed women,
No.
and they couldn't control themselves. And now, 1,000 years later, half of their descendants have blue eyes.
I'm not saying that's the sole cause. I'm saying that seems to come to mind if this was occurring regardless, that it might be due to mixing, but I didn't realize that that was something people had claimed hadn't happened. I mean, it seems like that would be the first cause.
Well, the possibility to say that Jews never
I mean, it could
inbred
have been
with
something
Europeans.
different. It could have been like,
And-
oh, I
and
bought a slave, but
late
I fell in
nature-
love with her and blah, blah, blah. And now it's this big romantic story. I mean, I don't know the full background details of when and how this happened. And I'm not certainly not ascribing it as the sole cause of what happened. I'm saying there's at least two causes. And the more dominant cause is going to be the fact of the ancestry being managers and manager class not being out in the sun as much. That happening way before any major mixture with blue-eyed people.
Well, I haven't
And
mentioned
the blue-eyed people themselves didn't even get blue eyes until fairly recently, and that only happened because they were in these like polar bear conditions.
And I mentioned almost a year ago, God forbid, the Jeffrey Epstein theory, in that he had actually funded millions of dollars into the groundbreaking field of evolutionary deception, and that you could look at the Jewish blue eyes as a form of evolutionary deception. It had nothing to do with being pretty. It actually a form of evolutionary deception, and even some conspiracy theory to say that the European royals are actually Jews, and saying that like the origins of the lizard people conspiracy theory, God forbid, it just say that it's actually a level evolutionary deception that Jews have blue eyes, and it's really just because Europeans are dumb and they can't tell the difference between the Jew with blue eyes and one of their own, and it has nothing to do with being pretty. It just has to do with basically blue-eyed people being dumb and can't tell the difference between a Jew and one of their own because they just see someone else who has blue eyes.
That could be a rather unflattering way of telling the tale, perhaps.
I mean, you put in the words like blue-eyed people are pretty. It's like, no, blue-eyed people are dumb. Jeffrey Epstein even spent millions of dollars to develop the science of the deception of evolution, and like
they could be
anyone who's
pretty
seen
and
this,
dumb, Doovid. It could both be true. They could be pretty and stupid.
no, I'm saying that only dumb people think blue eyes are pretty, and that's why.
Well,
it's
no,
evolutionary.
it's objectively a fact because in eyes you have one, in everyone's eyes you have one dimension of contrast, which is the pupil, right? The black part. So that versus the white of the whatever eye white. That's one form of contrast. But then blue eyes is an additional level of contrast, and beauty derives from contrast. So I'm not saying everyone with blue eyes is better looking than everyone with brown eyes. I'm just saying, yeah, statistically speaking, it's recognized as more beautiful. I'm not even saying I agree with it.
Dutton disagrees. You're saying that because people.
You can't really. How can you disagree with that? I mean, look at the way people act. You said it yourself. All these people in management have blue eyes. Like, was it coincidence? Or what could explain that? One, they actually somehow are through their blue eyes superior, unlikely, or it's this aesthetic subconscious preference that everybody more or less agrees with because it's subconscious and can't really disagree with it.
Well, I mean, you could look at it as like a JQ or even how the Japanese are saying, oh, because blue-eyed people are cold-blooded murderers and nepotists. The reason why blue-eyed people are in power is because they cold-blooded murdered non-blue-eyed people and use nepotism to help each other out. And even the Jewish question, there's a conspiracy, and it's between blue-eyed people, and the Jews with blue eyes are teaming up with the other people with blue eyes.
Well, it's a bit of a quandary, isn't it?
Because it's nothing to do with pretty. You're saying like you think the people who killed you were pretty, but it's like no. I mean, even if you look like animals, like blue eyes isn't pretty. Blue eyes is the color of cold-blooded murder, and you see that like cats or wolves. So like, oh, what pretty blue eyes you have. You look at those blue eyes and saying this thing is ready to kill me, and it wouldn't even flinch to do it. And if you consider that pretty, like that's your opinion.
Well, it's not really a matter of opinion because there's an objective measure of beauty through contrast, and you can disagree about the analysis techniques of the contrast.
Cause and effect. You're saying people find adapted. I mean, it's what Dutton says, the evolutionary psychology. People find
not everything is the smoke and mirrors of
what's adaptive attractive. So if blue eyes are adaptive, they'll find them attractive. If blue eyes are not adaptive, they won't be attractive.
Yeah, so they're obviously adaptive.
Well, in current society, because society is rigged largely in favor of blue-eyed people. In the ancient world, society was not rigged in favor of blue-eyed people, so they didn't find blue-eyed people more attractive. And so it's actually the power that people find attractive. Is the adaptability.
Well, how far back can we find lapis lazuli? I'd be interested to know how far back we can find lapis lazuli eyes.
This has been tested, actually. I'm saying, like, you could have and even in physical attraction, there were, I mean, God forbid, there were many tests, and even with African Americans that favor sexual selection. There's two questions. There's one, sexual selection, and then there's some sort of competence level where you think that someone with blue eyes has a higher level of competence, and they aren't necessarily related. I think that historically, God forbid, like the blondes are dumb. They're more. She's more pretty because she's blonde, but she's not going to be as smart. Lower IQ, which in America for decades was a pretty common conception. Like, yeah, gentlemen prefer blondes, but they have a lower IQ. Even to what's the name? The Warren Buffett's number two, Charles Manger, or someone when he came to University of Michigan.
We can't conclude that stupidity correlates with blonde hair.
Well, he said that himself. I mean, he said it
What's
himself.
more
He said that
likely is that the women who are ugly are overcompensating with good personality because they know they're ugly and they still want to be sexually successful. That seems more likely as an explanation.
well, it says competitive explanations. You're saying that blonde people are more sexually attractive, but less intelligent, and that's a common theory, stereotype largely among whites and possibly larger society, that blondes are factually less intelligent, but factually more sexually attractive.
Well, it's like why good-looking
Then
people
there's
don't
a
have to
different
aren't
stereotype.
good in bed. It's like when people are too good-looking, they're not good in bed because they
I
don't
think
have to
there's
be.
a different
And
stereotype between.
good-looking people could get lazy because they're good-looking, so they don't have to try to be smart. And so it's hard to know exactly. Well, there's no. I don't think that's what I'm saying. I don't think there's a correlation between the blonde hair and the intelligence in either direction. They're not dumber or smarter. It's just a different hair color. They may
Well, I
be
mean, so
slightly
very
less
rarely people
intelligent,
dye
but
their hair
not
dark.
noticeably.
You see all types of people dye their hair light. Very rarely do
Because it
people.
increases contrast. Because it increases contrast. And although beauty is culturally relative to some degree, contrast is objectively the thing which is distinguishing, which is more beautiful out of a set of things which are judged along the same metric. The contrast optimization is which determines the best one in the group.
So there's all sorts of contradictory stereotypes. Like people dye their hair blonde usually as a sign of hypersexuality, that they're doing it as a sign to show that they're promiscuous. That when you see a person who doesn't have blonde hair that dyes their hair blonde, it's usually a sign that they're engaged in sexual activity or desire to be engaged in sexual activity, where historically the stereotype of people who are actually blind is that they're prude, and that's actually even the biblical stereotype, where Jews in the period were proud to be in the middle, because Africans, so to say, were oversexed, God forbid, and Europeans, the blue-eyed people, were undersexed, and the Jews were, the golden mean. And so the historic understanding of almost asexuality associated to Aryan features, to so to say, people who select for Aryan features for the hypersexuality is actually an interesting contrast. God forbid. I always find that hard to explain. But you see that anywhere you go in America or in the world, there's just huge amounts of people that dye their hair blonde. And so you say, well, it's scientifically a fact that blonde is more attractive. Then you have the stereotype, even historically in the Bible, where blonde is a sign of being prude. So why would you use as a sexual marker something that is a marker for being prude?
Interesting question. I think this one is probably chalked up to culture. If you look at media, what percentage of blondes versus non-blondes, the same argument can be made again for contrast. It's like light blonde is more contrast than brown.
Well, I hypothesize that Jeffrey Epstein and these Harvard professors actually probably tested this. That was probably what they actually tested. And they used real life criminal experiments, probably with the government's blessing. But it's like, and they told you what they were testing. Like, we know what they were testing. You could even read those papers at MIT, and they were testing what they called crypsis, evolutionary deception. And it was saying if from a biological level, when someone dyes their
But
hair
if you're publishing results on wait a minute, if you're publishing results on crypsis, isn't that some kind of self-contradiction?
Well, okay, and generally, I don't know about how it was in Catholic school, but in Orthodox Jewish girls' school, dyeing your hair is grounds for expulsion. Like you're saying that you're not allowed to do it. It goes against Orthodox modesty principles, and if someone's doing it, it's almost guaranteed a sign of promiscuity and ground for expulsion. I don't know if Catholic schools they're that stricter. You went
My
schools.
My mom's cousin went prematurely gray at around 8, and the nuns were like ultra upset because they thought she was dyeing her hair. So She's like 60 now. I never had anything of the sort, but definitely I wasn't allowed to dye my hair when I was in high school. My mom thought it looked slutty.
Well, I mean, because it's a form of crypsis and evolutionary deception.
Well, I really don't think my mom ever sat me down and said, "Listen, dear, I need to talk to you about the dangers of crypsis and evolutionary deception," and then give me a lecture for several hours to be like, "That's why you can't dye your hair."
Well, I mean, she
I don't
told you the
remember that.
dangers about promiscuity and saying that the dangers of you saying dyeing your hair is a sign of likely promiscuity, that the only reason you would do that, God forbid, would be to engage in promiscuous behavior. God forbid, but at least that stereotype that is still, even common in Catholic schools or girls' schools.
Yeah. Can't really push back on that logic. I guess my mom was right. Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, but what about I think it's huge. It's like 20% of Americans dye their hair lighter. Like, it's a huge
Wow.
number. It's not like, it's like from black to Asian to Europeans. It's like and just watching on TV, like everybody is blonde. And like in the thing, I mean, people are blonde, but it's like on TV, like everybody dyes their hair blonde.
Kind of reminds me of like the California cool person, like Silicon Valley, maybe almost. It's like California cool person putting lemon in their hair, dyeing it, whatever, and then at the beach, and then now you're working in computers, and it's all cool, and probably just cultural thing. Plus porno. I feel like porno has a huge influence on culture. There's just something about that look, like the curly blonde haired, carefree, speaks to the American dream to some extent, doesn't it? I would look fucking retarded if I dyed my hair blonde. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Can you imagine me with blonde hair? My eyebrows are like literally black.
No, I mean, you could look at it 2 levels, and you could say that if you find blondes more attractive, that's racism. Well, I say it's just a fact that I'm sorry, like blue eyes are not more attractive, and if you think so, you're a racist. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, the nature is a racist. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what you're saying. You're saying like, no, nature is not racist.
I'm saying that not everybody is the most superficial. Not everybody is that superficial.
You're a racist. And
not everybody is that superficial is what I'm saying. Not everybody is like, oh my God, blue eyes is the deciding factor. But there is a general acknowledgement of it has to do with contrast.
Racist. No, I'm saying that
it's not racism because different races have the trait.
Yes, so to assign something as more or less attractive is intrinsically racist. If you say this feature that this race has and that other race has is more attractive, that's by definition racism.
Okay, let's have
I went to University of Michigan. It was still like 4 years later, it's still the most popular article on my university paper to God forbid, for the title, like to all the white men who didn't want, said they prefer white women or something like that. That even Baked Alaska, how he got involved in the alt-right was for trying to create, like a dating service for whites to date other whites, but to say sexually selecting for lighter features is eugenics and it's racist. And if people do not naturally act that way, and if they do act that way, it's a legacy of historic eugenics and racism, that people were programmed in a racist manner and need to be deprogrammed.
Mm-hmm.
And you say, like, no, you scientifically can't stop it. That any given man will test, if you hook a brain up to an MRI machine, or like, God forbid, that some sort of even Jeffrey Epstein like illegal experiment is like, no, men sexually prefer lighter featured women. It's been proven. Jeffrey Epstein tested in a way that should be a war crime, but he did it and it was proven.
I'm not saying that everybody with blue eyes is more attractive than everybody with brown eyes. It's like tits and ass man. Does the existence of a tits man negate the existence of an ass man, Doovid.
God forbid. I mean, I don't
God
want
forbid,
to.
no.
But I'm saying, I mean, if you say it's RK selection, you're saying that. I mean,
I'm not saying it's RK selection. I'm saying there is such a thing as contrast. There is such a thing as human subjectivity. And those two things work together to weave a tapestry of generalized human aesthetics.
Yeah, so but I was saying that a general universal feature like body type, sexual organ size, even Dutton
The fact
talks
is
about
that the
an
blue
extent
eyes thing
has an explanation for RK selection. Is there's no relation between RK selection. There's no
in this case, nah. I don't see it as how it directly connects to RK because that's about breeding tendencies. You have to be able to say like, oh, blue eyes is somehow creating a huge amount more offspring. I don't think you can make that conclusion.
Yeah, and in fact, it's the opposite. I mean, saying you might not be able to see by looking at it, but I mean, statistically, it's the opposite. That I mean that if you wanted to produce a bunch of children, that blue-eyed people statistically produce almost the least amount of children.
All right. Yeah. So on the other side of the blue eyes thing is it really can make people have quite ugly aspects to their personalities, right? So attractiveness is based on, I think it's mostly personality.
Well, you said competence.
So, I'm saying is that the competence is a miscue. People see blue eyes and they assume competent on a subconscious level, but it is not correlated.
I was saying that only a person that is incapable of accurately deciphering competence would assess competence with blue eyes. So say that, yes, in this world, possibly due to the Flynn effect, reverse Flynn effect, and other things where incompetence is the norm, that people will use a marker like blue eyes to assume, oh, this person has blue eyes, they're probably competent. And saying like, yes, I've seen that 100 times, even in daily experiences. I have friends with blue eyes that like, God forbid, like have no education and no money. And like, I've seen that 100 times. So like people always go up to the blue-eyed person and think that they're in charge. Like, and not just other blue-eyed people of all sorts. And, there might be a certain competence reason that if you see Doovid in a blue-eyed person, that you probably assume that the blue-eyed person is of some sort of superior status. And like, yeah, I've seen that. And like you could give percentage chances, and he was saying the likelihood where of a first inclination, like in fact 9 out of 10 people would make that initial assumption, but to someone who could actually decipher competence, they're not going to make that mistake. They might make an initial assumption to say, I know how to decipher competence, so I'm not just going to look at a bunch of blue-eyed people and think they're competent, as opposed to in a world where everybody's incompetent and really no one knows how to decipher competence from incompetence. There's like, oh, these blue-eyed people are probably competent. Like Joe Biden or something. It's like, what other reason than his blue eyes could anybody think Joe Biden is competent?
I don't think it's part of the awareness cycle. People aren't thinking, oh, Joe Biden's competent. They're just thinking, oh, there's the president.
What I'm saying with Joe Biden, like, is there any possible thing other than his blue eyes that could give people the illusion that he's competent?
He's got a symmetrical face and like that old man warm smile.
So you could look at him and have the illusion of competence, like, oh, symmetrical face, blue eyes, competent. But even when you see him talk and act, you're like, there's no way that that guy's competent. But you see in the general American that the blue eyes equals competence is so strong that across the board, people think Joe Biden is competent. And you're saying that, yes, if I could say I've done this as an experiment 1,000 times. I had black friends, darker skinned friends, like my black roommate who taught me that he really can't get a cab, and that he would try to get a cab and couldn't, and I would try to get a cab and would be able to. Like you don't need blue eyes to get a cab, but if you're in a situation where there's two people and you assume the competence level that across the spectrum from Orthodox Jews to blacks to blue-eyed people, that 9 out of 10 people are going to make the base assumption that the blue-eyed person is probably more competent, even if there's no statistical basis to assume that's correct.
Agreed. It's
Well, then
Brondo all over again, you know? It's a plants need electrolytes tier argument, but I've seen it myself, you know? It's just like mind-boggling just to I remember when it hit me, you know, there's so many blue-eyed people at that conference, and it was just like, why? And they certainly didn't stand out. I mean, if anything, they were the less intelligent ones.
Well, I mean, if there's a history of the field, I mean, if there's reason like engineering or fields were started in Germanic places, and that like just like finance is dominated by Jews because it was largely developed and created by Jews, so that certain engineering fields were largely developed and dominated by blue-eyed people. So you have a legacy of blue-eyed people today, and even an assumption. You're just like, well, like Newton had blue eyes, like all these people who developed calculus and engineering had blue eyes. So
I don't know that that's true, but okay. Like I said, I don't think there's any correlation between eye color and ability.
well, I mean, look at pictures of the people who develop Western science, including the Jews. Even if you say the people who develop the 50 most important ideas of Western science, and even if like 10, 15 of them are Jews, half of those Jews probably have blue eyes, and probably like 80% of those people who developed the ideas of the West were blue-eyed people. So if you're at the conference and you're saying, okay, did the fact that Newton was a blue-eyed man have anything to do with his ideas? Maybe, maybe not. But you're saying, okay, so that when you're studying physics and you go to university and your professor has blue eyes and is teaching Newtonian physics, you're like, well, okay, Newton was a blue-eyed man. It makes sense that I'm learning from, but like, no, it's not the fact. If you go to university, it's extremely unlikely you're going to have physics taught to you by a blue-eyed man. It's probably going to be Asian or something else. But if you go to a conference, an engineering conference, it's like, okay, why are there so many blue-eyed people? It's just a legacy because the people who developed these ideas came from that part of the world. And so even though now that people from China and Korea and Japan are way more competent than blue-eyed people, it's just a legacy factor that you have so many blue-eyed people in the field. And it's really a form of crypsis deception that you say, like, yeah, if you're a good engineer, you're not just going to think the blue-eyed guy knows what he's talking about. You're going to know what the guy's talking about to know whether he knows what he's talking about. But if you're going with an assumption, even though it may or may not be true, that at the conference most people are going to go with the blue-eyed equals competence, and there is the basis of just saying who came up with these ideas and what does that mean hundreds of years later. You say that yourself
So
as a
hilarious.
physicist, as someone who studied physics. Like, what debt of gratitude do you have to the blue-eyed man whose theories you're working with?
Well, I'm telling you, I don't really see that many blue eyes in the people who came
Well,
up with
even
the
if
theory
your
on
professors in
on
university
Pro.
weren't blue-eyed, but saying that the
Some of them were, some of them weren't. I'm not attributing blue-eyedness to the fact that they taught me a couple things.
that calculus and physics. He was saying that of the big names who developed the major theories in calculus and physics, that they were like 90% European.
That
And
doesn't mean they had blue eyes, though.
even the Jews who developed these things were European Jews.
That doesn't mean they had blue eyes, though. Yes, some of these people have blue
They
eyes.
did. And just you look at the
A bunch
picture,
of
like
them don't.
75% of them did. I mean, even the European, saying they were like 95% European, and of the 95% European, like well over 50% were blue-eyed men. I mean, I don't know if you want to pull up a picture.
I have the scientists who contributed ideas that were not totally useless to my theory. I haven't been through looking at whether these people have blue eyes. I think McLaren probably does. But
I
I
guess
can't
just
really
look at probably over half of them did. Probably over half of these people
not
pictured
find
do.
a definition. It doesn't look like Steve Wozniak does. It doesn't look like I forget his name.
Yeah,
I'm
so you're
just
almost
not
pointing out
sold.
the people well, the thing is you haven't done your research. But saying even your own evidence and saying that even your own picture
I'm
is
not going to
saying,
attribute what they came up with to blue eyes. Is what I'm saying.
well, it's just
Not
a
gonna do that.
pattern. Saying like, what's this collection of blue-eyed people you have here? You're saying no, it's not a
A bunch
collection
of
of blue-eyed
people
people here.
who
It's a
discovered some
collection of physicists
scientific things because of
ideas.
Christianity. It's a bunch of European people who discovered some stuff because of Christianity and the fact
So
that it pushed spiritualism underground. So there's nothing else for them to do.
So even if I'm right that 70% of those people in the picture have blue eyes, that's completely irrelevant. That's what you're saying.
To me, it is, yeah. Maybe to other people, it's not irrelevant, but for my
You're the one who
judgment
made that
of a
pattern.
person, well, I made it based on their contributions. I didn't look up, oh, does this guy have blue eyes? All right, cool. I can look at what he's done now. No,
So
I
that's
just
what
looked
you
at the
say.
actual map.
No, that's your implicit bias. You did not make that based on their contribution. You based that on their blue eyes, and then bias think that they made a bigger contribution than they did. Because if you legitimately
I'm not
based it on the
overstating their contribution.
and so it was you who made the competence bias.
I'm saying that what I did is better than what all these people did individually. But I still want to say not bad. I still want to say good try, even though it's not on the same level as what I've done, obviously, because mine is more integral and simple and advanced. Then these people didn't come anywhere close to having a unified field model. So, yeah, and I've got brown eyes. That's why I'm saying there's literally no connection. But I get it. I mean, Europeans statistically have more blue eyes, so obviously there's going to be blue eyes people popping up, and I'm fine with that. I'm not a bigot against blue eyes. My mother has beautiful blue eyes.
Well, I'm saying it's a pattern that people could decipher and interpret in different manners. So if someone wants to say, and even to define it, saying that what does it mean to be a racist in modern society? What does it mean white privilege? What is it even as a Jew? To say what does it mean to be a Jew behind blue eyes? What does it mean to be a white Jew? What does it mean to try to speak on behalf of the Hebrew prophets when you're largely in a European body? Or is it completely coincidental and irrelevant? And if you're historically looking at it to say, you're like, I want to understand the science of how the world operates, and it makes sense to me that I went to the blue-eyed man to learn that these were the people who had that wisdom. I don't know why they had it, but they're the ones who had it. So I studied under them. And if Newton, I don't care that Newton had blue eyes. I care that Newton came up with physics. But at a certain point, I mean, this is really a big debate in Americans going to see, especially with Biden coming to president, how these things change in the globalism, the internationalism, and but also at a scientific level. Jennifer's saying it's just a fact. People find blonde hair and blue eyes more attractive. Everybody does. It's been tested. Even if it's wrong and racist.
No, not everybody to the same extent. It's statistical distribution. Think of it like a normal distribution. Some people, yes, and some people hardly at all. But it's not about how you feel personally. It's just acknowledging the fact that this is a thing which can operate from one extreme to the other. I would say that I don't judge people at all based on their eye color. If they have beautiful blue eyes or beautiful brown eyes or any color in between, it's all good because I see the personality. That's what's important to me. I agree most people can't do that, but it's a hypothetical. I'm not saying I condone it. It's just it's not positive or negative. It's just
we condemn it.
Like pretty things.
You condemn the statement that blue eyes are pretty is intrinsically a racist statement. I condemn it.
I think it's a bit silly to equate blue eyes with competence, and that is certainly a mistaken attribution.
Yeah, so either way, if someone tells you like, oh, the person has pretty blue eyes, you say that you could ask them, are you a racist?
Well, maybe if you want to be a dick, you could do that.
Right, so you don't need to ask because it's a fact, it's a given. If someone said that, you just okay, of course they're racist. You don't need to ask them.
That's hilarious. I mean, I just can't bring myself to obsess over these things.
And I have a lot of black friends and saying like we've tested this. I mean, so if you're in Detroit and you're in a place where basically like everyone's black, and you have like I mean, you say if it's sexual selection. So if you're in Detroit and you go to the bar and like there's like 50 black people and one blue-eyed person, and you say, I'm gonna talk to the blue-eyed person. Does that intrinsically make you a racist? Like, what the hell? You're at a club. There's 50 black people here and one blue-eyed person, and you're talking to a blue-eyed person. Like it was that, like by choice? Or is that, well, because you're a racist?
Well, as you said, free will is very limited, so you could perhaps describe it as a magnetic pull, and you could argue that it's the charisma of the person, which may have been buttressed by their beautiful eyes, or different colored eyes.
Well, I'm making the point the opposite. We're saying that if you're an African American person and you're in a place in your own, say your own location, like Detroit's mostly a black city, and someone comes and they're not really that interested in speaking to you. They're interested in talking to the blue-eyed people. Can you assume that they're a racist? Or you say like, no, like like you went to the bar, like, the white guy came into town and he's at the bar and he sees a blue-eyed woman. He decided to talk to her. It doesn't mean he's a racist. It's just a natural.
Well, I think the term is ill-defined, because as soon as you start to be anti-racist,
pretty eyes, as opposed to the black people here who don't have pretty eyes.
All the anti-racist actions can also be described as racist. So if a thing can be described by its opposite, it's arbitrary. It doesn't have a definition. So I don't really know what you're trying to say. Do people make aesthetic-based value judgments? Yes. Are they all the same value judgment? No. Is there something external that dictates the distribution of aesthetic value judgments? Obviously there is. It's like saying, well, does a pile of shit smell as good as a piece of cake? It's like, well...
We're saying if racism isn't... I mean, there's multiple axioms. You're going to axiom, racism is intrinsically wrong. And you're going to say there's another
ill-defined. I'm saying it is ill-defined.
Racism is intrinsically natural. So if dual axioms, and you say like you disagree that no, racism isn't intrinsically wrong or racism isn't intrinsically natural, but you say both, that racism's intrinsically natural and it's intrinsically wrong. Hence the problem. That yes, if you're in Detroit, even though it's basically a black city, even Jennifer, she would go and talk to the blue-eyed person. If she went to a bar in Detroit, she would not want to meet a bunch of blacks. She would be more interested in meeting the whites, even though she's in Detroit. And it's saying not just her, that's the majority. And it's saying like, I don't need to say this. Like I've seen it. Like it was black people who taught me this and demonstrated it to me. Like I didn't believe it at first, and it was actually black people who taught it to me. And even party promoting bars, like I've seen it, and it was black people who pointed it out to me. And it's saying like, yes, probably, it's just a fact. And watching this, like you're coming to Detroit and you walk to a place and we're in a room with mostly black people and there were a handful of white people there, that you would be substantially more likely to try to communicate with the white person, and that the black person that was there could fairly say that this person's probably a racist. What the hell? They came into a room with a whole bunch of black people and a handful of white people, and they go straight over to talk to the white people. That is a reasonable conclusion to determine that they're probably racist.
Like I said, this is paradigm shifting thing.
And it's like even it's punishable. That's like if Jennifer comes to Detroit and I take her to an event where there's a majority dark-skinned people there, and she walks over first to communicate with the lighter-skinned people, and she gets a decreased social credit score. And it's not even going to be determined by people. It's going to be determined by the computer.
Yikes.
And it's saying this already exists. It's saying on social media.
Okay.
Did you see that clip on you don't have to play, but the clip that Sid Art was on Indian News, although the interview was in English. The questions, I think, were in Hindi, and he answered in English. But he said, he's in the PhD program at University of Michigan, and he, dropped out and, had a good job with a Silicon Valley firm that specialized in analyzing this type of stuff and the decisions people make about what they click on. But it's saying this already exists. Like Facebook has already done these studies and not told you about it. Besides Jeffrey Epstein and these Harvard professors who probably, really, Ghislaine Maxine, who, probably did war crimes, relatively crimes against humanity, but they tested these things, God forbid. And then Facebook has just been, the ability to test these things versus you just what someone sees, God forbid, pimping ain't easy. And, even Luke Ford, he wrote about that when God forbid he did his first porno and he couldn't afford a blue-eyed woman. He just didn't have enough money. And you could look in the books and the rates were actually different. And, versus if, say racism is a problem and we're going to use the computer to eliminate it. And every time you do something implicitly biased, meaning you assume that their blue eyes are more pretty or more competent, you will have a deduction from your social credit score.
Yikes.
Why is that yikes? I'm saying awesome. Great. And why is that yikes?
Well, you're saying on the one hand it's the operating paradigm, because all the ruling class is this way. But you also want a social credit score that punishes people for acknowledging the root of power of the existing power structure?
Well, I was saying the power of the computer subdues the bias of man. So we know these biases exist, even though we can't change it. So historically, you say that, okay, that there's racial imbalance due to historic reasons that maybe we can't even figure out how. Like why like did you how did this come to be? Who knows? Who knows? Like research multiple truth hypothesis to figure it out. But currently, the computer has the power to do this, and we could hand it over to the computer, and the computer could institute a credit score that tests all these things, and will stop humans from acting out on this negative inclination that humans can't measure competence accurately and might use some sort of heuristic of blue eyes are more competent. Humans can't measure beauty more accurately, so you might have people like Jennifer who have this insistence that blue eyes are more pretty. But the computer could recognize that and say that it's not good for Jennifer to be a racist, and therefore the computer.
I said blue eyes have a certain type of contrast. Blue eyes have a certain type of color contrast that brown eyes don't have. And there's a statistical correlation with aesthetic preference, regardless of a person's race. That's all I said. That's not jumping. You can't jump from that to blue eyes are pretty, or okay, they're beautiful. They can be ugly. Same with brown eyes.
Yeah, so you're saying that the reason, if you say one thing, you have to use the computer or some evidence that people select for blue eyes and say that that's a bad thing, that there's a nefarious reason why people select for blue eyes. It's not good for blue-eyed people.
Contrast.
It's not good for non-blue-eyed people.
Contrast is the reason. So you're saying contrast is nefarious.
No, I mean, contrast relating to selection or competence rating isn't. You're saying it's a faulty pattern recognition.
No, it's not faulty. I mean, facial symmetry is also a form of contrast. Having a symmetric face that's recognized as beautiful for one reason or another.
Yeah, but I mean, beautiful is a.
These things really, transcend race, so it's not a racist thing.
Because there really may not be such a thing as.
It doesn't become discrimination until, I would say, later on. Because discrimination is one thing, and what you're describing is basically you're saying you want to punish people for recognizing a pattern that they're probably largely recognizing subconsciously.
No, I'm saying what I want to do. I'm saying what's currently happening, what's probably going to happen, and saying it's not going to be me, it's going to be the computer who does it.
Okay.
But saying that's just my read of the technology, the social credit score. If you factor in some sort of anti-racism in it, that the computer will be able to see your decision making. If the computer notices that you're selecting light features over dark features, it's going to affect your social credit score, and it's not going to take Doooovid or like the ADL to report to you. The computer already actually has this information. I mean, social media companies have already been working and studying on this issue to this historical interpretation, and say obviously you need to solve the hard problem of consciousness. To say even does beauty exist? Does decision making exist? Saying that free will how much power do people have to make their own decisions, and what factor could something like blue eyes make in a person's decision making to actually make a determination that people are making bad decisions, and we need to come up with some sort of social credit system to encourage people to make better decisions. And we determine that thinking that blue eyes is better is a bad decision. Not only is it bad for society as a whole, it's bad for blue-eyed people even. So even for blue-eyed people, it's not good for them to be thought of as better. It's bad for them. And like all these people dyeing their hair blonde or whatever, it's not good for blonde people. It doesn't make sense to them. Like why are these people trying to dye their hair to look like them? And the computer could correct this through something that humankind, so it took me, my African American friends, to point out and really prove this trend to me through years of just heuristic experience of seeing it time after time after time, to later the computer program and social media to actually being able to have some sort of study on it, and then even the concept of a social credit score that looks like likely to come to America that probably could solve this to a certain. I mean, not solve it. Say if free will is bounded, what does it mean to give someone a low social credit score? But in terms of power position, that might say that blue-eyed people are predominantly in positions of power not due to competence, but due to some sort of faulty pattern recognition, and that the correct that imbalance will be better for everybody. And for the blue-eyed people who are incompetent, currently in positions of power, that'll be good for them to be removed for those positions of power. And for the non-blue-eyed people that are competent, that maybe would have been capable of reaching positions of power had they had blue eyes, they'll be able to reach positions of power, and not having to try to do some sort of crypsis like they have blue eyes or something.
An anti-idiot filter.
Well, it's saying that if human nature is the problem, it's a pattern recognition. You're saying that there is a logic to why people make this pattern recognition. That blue eyes are prettier, or
haven't you ever just looked at the ocean and thought, "Damn, that's pretty"? Haven't you ever thought that?
No, I really.
You've never looked at the ocean before and thought, "Damn, that's pretty." The blue color of the ocean.
No, I don't really have an artistic. I've never really looked at one thing over another, thinking like, "Oh, this is prettier. This is something worthy of." I guess I'm not a really visual person. Like nothing's ever really like attracted my visual attention. That I'm more a man of ideas. So like, no, I'm not even beautiful woman or a mountain or a sky or a sunset never attracted Doovid's attention. Doovid's a pretty cerebral person.
So if the ocean was brown tomorrow, you wouldn't care.
I don't know if I care, and I don't know if I don't. I mean, I've looked into the studies, and the saying that blue is intrinsically a more appealing or appeasing color is not universally recognized, even in modern science, aesthetics, advertising, Kabbalah. This concept of blue equaling pretty, I don't know where you're getting it from.
I didn't say it was pretty. I said that people have a connection between contrast and beauty, and contrast is something more abstract than color, but color can inform contrast. And that's why nobody would want to issue the blue ocean for a brown ocean, is because brown's very high entropy color, whereas blue is a, pretty color.
I don't know why I use the word pretty.
There may be some huge.
I'm even pushing back and saying even the connection between blue and pretty, to me, is basically code word for racist ideas.
Well, if it was purple, it would be the same thing, or maybe even to some extent if it was yellow. It's not the fact that it's blue, it's the fact that it's any color at all.
As opposed to dark. You're saying that
even if it was red, okay, even though red is a scary color, and
you need both colors together to have contrast. So they're saying that light versus dark doesn't mean contrast.
A bunch of different kinds. Yes, it does. Multiple forms of contrast. Okay, so there's a light and dark contrast. There's a color contrast. There's a symmetry contrast, right? Because if you have asymmetry, that's a contrast between the relative information on either side of the face, and that's recognized as not aesthetic because it's triggering some recognition of something being wrong. But if it's too symmetrical, that's also bad because there's like a perfect range of asymmetry that we have sort of developed as being this optimized range.
Yeah, I mean,
Like if it's too
I don't even understand your if you're talking about a pure
I'm saying it's a
pattern, right?
multi-dimensional thing. It's a
Where does pretty come into it? If you're talking about straight lines, okay, it's easier.
I'm sorry,
So
I'm
and
oversimplifying
it's
it then.
symmetrical. It's easier to decipher the pattern if it's simpler, and being proportional symmetrical is an easier pattern than something that's not symmetrical. But to say that that's pretty, like, what does pretty even mean? So saying if you term that's an easier pattern to recognize.
What the human organ recognizes as optimized symmetry via the eyes.
Right? Optimize. You're saying that the point that you're saying it's less strain on the eye to look at something that's symmetrical, and so something is more symmetrical is more pretty than something symmetrical.
Yeah, it minimizes
pretty,
the dissonance on the existing
pretty
pattern.
symmetrical, or you're saying that pretty means something other than symmetrical.
What I'm saying is that what informs okay, you have to listen here. What informs our ideas about beauty is something to do with symmetry, but what exactly it has to do with symmetry does vary between people to some extent because it's a statistical distribution. But this is essentially what's happening. Like there's other operating mechanisms at play. Like for example, science has demonstrated that people tend to be happiest in their marriages if they feel that their partner is on the same level of good lookingness as them, which is a bit counterintuitive because like at first glance you think, well, wouldn't you want the most attractive partner possible? But actually it turns out that there's a strain when there's a dissonance between expectations of your own, worth through your looks that is often dissonant for the relationship itself. So it's a complicated thing of a bunch of things being true at the same time. And what we're trying to do is tease out like what's the dominant thing. And I actually agree with you. If we can somehow deduce that blue eyes is the dominant factor for why people believe what they do, we should counteract that because there's no correlation between blue eyes and anything other than having blue eyes, right? Like it's worse than the IQ thing. So that being true,
we're just saying blue eyes are prettier, is going to land you in prison. I'm sorry. Like you're going to be canceled. Like, sorry, you say blue eyes are pretty one more time, we're going to have to cancel you.
Like I don't even personally feel this way. That's the irony here. Is that I don't even judge people on that. That's the sad irony in all this is me describing what other people can obviously be described to be doing is bad.
Well, I mean, it was
not
just
really conducive to a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, because if it's scientifically, you have to put it down to patterns. So, and I mean, really, it's going to come back to MTH to say historically,
like blue eyes, because they're not good enough of scientists is basically what it is.
Well, I told you that historically there's substantial evidence that Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, and more than that, held as a theological doctrine that sin made you darker, that there was something bad with being dark, that you could just look at a person, and if they were darker, it's a sign that they were a sinner or that their parents were a sinner, and that the reason they have darker skin is a punishment for their parents' sin. And that was something that you could just determine by looking at somebody. And that there's substantial evidence, and God forbid, in Jewish literature, that the majority of major rabbis for hundreds of years wrote that in terms of explanation of the Bible and just a factual thing that I'm sorry, God forbid, if you sin, your skin's going to turn darker. And say, where does that idea come from? How did it permeate? Saying was it true at some point? Was it always bad? Was it evil intention, or does it matter? You're saying whatever reason this pattern came in, and it affected the way that society was developed, and now it was probably always bad, but certainly now it's bad, and we got to come up with some way to change it. Or you push back and say, like, no, I think you're overblowing it. I don't think that there's been thousands of years of a Judeo-Christian conspiracy to think that sin is correlated.
I'm not even gonna comment on whether there is, because I'm not an expert on it. But if you wanna promote the idea that blue eyes don't correlate with intellectual achievement, won't that eventually, to some extent, counteract the misattribution? Isn't that a good first step?
Well, I said that unfortunately, from the other perspective, say like, no, there is reasonable correlation between blue eyes and achievement, especially in the sciences or technology, where if you look
And
at the
because of their
developers,
blue eyes.
what he's saying, correlation and causation. He's saying, what what does it mean that what
It means
Isaac
more
Newton,
than one thing. It means more than one thing, right? Like you've got the trait evolved in Europe largely, so statistically more blue people in Europe, and then this European science stuff came out of Europe. So there's that too, and like you said, it was the, what is it, residual? Legacy, I think you called it. So that's true also. And that's not quite the same thing as, are people in a position of power solely because their eyes are blue and not because of anything else?
oh well, let's put it like the calculus, right? So I see different pictures of whether Leibniz was a blue-eyed man. So some of its pictures.
Isn't it so
say,
funny? It comes back to the anachronism. It's like, oh man, what if it's just anachronism? Is that the word?
Well, I say Leibniz and Newton were both blue-eyed men. So is there a connection between calculus and blue eyes? It's just incidental. There's nothing at all between the science of calculus and blue eyes, even though you have to do a study, but I've done this before in the past. Even just incidentally, anyone who studied science or calculus and remembers looking at the biography, but if you say like 75% of these people were blue-eyed men, it's unarguable. You can just look at the name.
Yeah.
Euler,
Christianity
Euler.
is the reason. Then you can say Christianity is why. Because it caused atheism, which caused the scientific materialism, which caused this sort of purity spiraling into numericals and linear time and so forth.
Well, I say I'm going to come up with my alternative explanation is really going to be reincarnation. So the blue eyes are in fact incidental, and if you say that reincarnation of the soul is the key thing,
so how is that not totally racist? You're sitting here calling me racist, but what you're saying sounds ultra racist.
Well, I'm saying that the ancient, if you look at like I said in my reincarnation stream, where you have the collective soul of all of Israel, that's made up of all the Jews, and so in the ancient times, the time of Moses, let's say that that was less than 1% blue-eyed people. That the collective soul of of the Jewish people, there was only a handful of blue-eyed people among them. But now in this generation, the collective soul of Israel is 25% blue-eyed. So saying the souls are the same. Even a question of reincarnation, the question of identity. So saying that the collective identity of Israel in the ancient time, when there are almost no blue-eyed members amongst us, is the same as the collective identity of Israel today, where 25% of us have blue eyes. Or say, no, that's not the case. That the essential nature of Israel is different from the ancient world to today. And that no, these ancient Mediterranean souls is not what's residing in these millions of blue-eyed Jews today.
Well, of course, I'm going to say that people are Jews because they want to be Jews, because it's all down to belief and attachments and personality.
So it's possible that the biblical souls of Israel in the time
it's honestly almost impossible.
The collective soul of Israel chose out of its own volition to reincarnate into 25% blue-eyed people in this generation. Then in previous generations, that the collective soul of Israel chose to incarnate almost exclusively in Mediterranean people, but in the later generations, the same souls chose to reincarnate
course.
into.
But here's one thing, Doovid, you gotta be a little more nuanced about the word choice, okay? Because not everybody can make that conscious choice. So sometimes it's not a choice; it's a lack of a I don't want to say lack of a non-choice, but it's an inability to resist, because it ultimately all boils down to magnetic attraction, right? It's all just about those harmonics. So if you were a Jew for, let's say, 16 lifetimes, sounds like a funny name for a book, 16 lifetimes a Jew, and you decided, like, I've had it with this, I want to do something else, you might have some ability to switch out. So I don't know, you know what I mean? But
I'm
as
saying, like
long
you
as a
said, you're
person,
saying, like,
it's
I'm a
ultimately,
Jew.
there's a self-creation element to it. It's like you are as you are because that's what you believe and have always believed.
Well, you put it a few different levels. Say that the soul of the Jew wanted to be taken more seriously, so it took birth in blue-eyed people, or you say people take blue-eyed people more seriously because there's so many Jews with blue eyes, because and that it comes from God, that God forbid that you're going to come into a God-ordained racism, or selectively, to say that if the souls of Jewish people selectively chose to take birth in blue-eyed people, and that's something ordained from the spiritual realm, what does that ordination mean?
In my system, the meaning doesn't exist really on that level. Like, I could just sort of give
Like you said
a
it yourself,
mechanical description.
I mean, you took birth in a Western body and studied physics, so you'd be taken more seriously. So it makes sense that Jews took birth in blue-eyed European people, so they'd be taken more seriously.
Well, that's a good
You didn't take me
hypothesis.
seriously. You didn't take me seriously when I was an Israelite Mediterranean, so I had to take birth as a blue-eyed blonde person. So you take me seriously as a Jew.
That's why we're BFFs, is because we have the same size of a chip on our shoulder.
The factual, not even a chip. You're saying that the
It's not a
souls.
chip; it's a fucking mountain.
No, I'm not saying a chip. Is saying, like, I mean, God forbid, I don't harbor any hatred towards blue-eyed people or anybody, and saying that and there's a curse and blessing to everything. If you're saying to be sexually selected for might be a curse or a blessing, or to be presumed to have a higher level of competence or status falsely is a curse and a blessing. So, like, I remember Gopal Krishna Goswami, it was at one of his initiations. It was like all Indians and one blue-eyed woman. And he's like, jealousy's not good. Don't be jealous of other people's traits. And something noticeable, you're saying, okay, like appearance, like, someone, having blue eyes or lighter features or black skin, that's obvious. Someone having like a higher IQ or moral character or refined personality is less obvious, and that people react first upon the things that are more obvious. And to say that you should have a chip on your shoulder beneficial is in essence blasphemy. In fact, God forbid, I've told probably hundreds of blacks, because I live mostly in Detroit, that really blacks who were down on themselves, that thought that they couldn't accomplish what they wanted to accomplish because they're black, and God forbid, I had to inform them that that's blasphemy against God, to think that like God put your soul into a black body. If you're black, saying God put your soul into a black body with the divine wisdom, and if you're down on yourself for that divine wisdom, it's a form of blasphemy. For that perspective, and to say, well, so if you're black and you're saying of all these people, no one ever mistakes me for being competent. No, no one ever sexually selects for me. He was saying that there's always a blessing and curse towards everything.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a saying floating around for that. Every rose has its thorn.
Well, I mean, King Solomon times, but just say, like, no, you don't, no hate, but it's saying it's problematic, and I'm saying it's probably not, like, I'm not a blue-eyed person, but it's probably not good for blue-eyed people to be thought that you're competent when you're not, or to be sexually selected for if your nature is to be prude. Like, why would you want to be sexually selected for if your nature to be prude? It seems like more of a curse than a blessing, but at the same time, it's like, like David Rubenstein, himself I was listening. Is David Rubenstein a racist? He's always saying like, is this kid? He always wished he had blonde hair and blue eyes, and his friend at Harvard who got all the girls, or whatever. If that's their perspective, it's like, oh, the girls never liked me, but I had blonde hair and blue eyes. And even I told you that Tally 11, the Jewish Antifa troll who pretended like she was this Aryan goddess, and meanwhile she's kind of this chubby, short, God forbid, not so attractive Jewish girl, but reading all these love letters that these people sent who thought that she was an Aryan goddess, let alone that she was just trolling them. But at the point where she was like, yeah, damn, like if she was an Aryan goddess, she would she would have dates every night instead of not having any dates. And that may or may not be true. The grass is sometimes greener on the other side. That people just think things would be better. But even if you did accept some things like the selection and competency are somewhat true, that there still doesn't have to be any hatred. And I could see that, like, okay, I went to university, and I've seen a lot of times where I was passed over for somebody else, but no, I did not develop a chip on my shoulder. I just recognized that there was a pattern and something natural about human nature, and pattern selection is more fascinated by human nature than becoming upset by it.
So you didn't mean it, and you don't want me to go to jail for what I feel is a rather benign assertion about.
Well, I'm making a statement about the current state of politics and censorship and the direction of abolishing racism, and saying that, yeah, if racism, and not saying what I want, but just saying, like, if racism's deemed to be a crime, and then there'll be levels of what does it mean to be racist, that's very possible that a statement like your blue eyes are prettier, it will be beyond the pale and cause you to be canceled. Not because I want it, but because one thing, it could be objectively that, like, no, I mean, Jennifer's a good person, but even her, who might even have the soul of a dark-skinned man inside of her, suffers implicit bias and needs to be punished for racism to make her a better person.
Sounds like racism against me.
No, I mean, it's a programming. It's a program where there's recognized the status of human nature and its ill effects, and an attempt at a reprogramming.
Well, I've already taken the first step towards reprogramming, is acknowledged what the problem is. And now you're saying, oh my God, it's terrible to say that. It's like, if I don't say it, the problem's going to get worse. People are just going to go on doubling down on the blue-eyed thing.
Well, there's possibilities at different levels of saying that the hard problem of consciousness will be at the center of it, because what is free will? Can people even change? How do people go about making these decisions in the first place, let alone that we could change it, versus some sort of reward, punishment, computerized mechanism that would be able to objectively say, like, you're making a mistake.
That doesn't sound objective at all.
Lower your social credit score.
That doesn't sound objective at all. It's not objective. It's down to whoever programs it, and their racism will get reflected in the coding.
Well, you're saying how you code it means saying that the computer could determine the pattern more objectively than we can. What the pattern means to say, like, Jennifer, I'm sorry, you're a racist. I've been watching you for a few years now. I've seen the patterns that you make, and you consistently select light over dark. I'm sorry. You have to change. And to say, okay, but who am I to say that? And say, well, what happens if the computer says it? And so, like, no, like, the computer, has seen all the places you were, all the people that you were with, and the people you chose to interact with, and social media, this and that. And here's the data. Here's the percentages. Here's the decisions you made. You can't argue with it. You have the opportunity to speak with 400 blacks and 600 whites, and at the end of the month, you spoke with 3 blacks and 70 whites. Racism is the only explanation.
Yeah, so it sounds like singling me out for being European and then torturing me on a racist basis. So, yeah.
I mean, you were saying that it could be anybody in society, and saying that means when you come to Detroit, that you have to speak with basically half black people, that you can't come to Detroit and have majority white friends. You have to come to Detroit and have majority black friends or you're a racist.
That's I don't want to say that. Oh,
Well,
Aaron, sorry to hear you're having a hard time, man. Hope things get better soon. I just said
Yeah,
Aaron should come on the show because he's in the chat. Haven't seen him in a while.
feel better, man. Wish you the best. You know, saying I didn't have bad energy towards you. Hopefully you feel better. And you haven't been around. I checked for your channel. I can't even find your channel if it's still up. But God bless you. And, you know, pull yourself together, feel better. And, you know, see you next round. You get Israeli elections and stuff coming up and all this stuff. And you're saying that, no, unfortunately, racism's probably a bigger problem in Israel than in America. And I'm picking on Jennifer because she's the only one here. But I'm saying that objectively, the
I'm
computer
able
could.
to judge people on a more objective basis, yes, but I was merely explaining the masses writ large.
Well, I'm saying that if you just look at your Facebook profile and your friends, and you're saying like, well, what percent of the world is these demographics, and what are your friends? And it doesn't match the actual demographics of the world with your friends. Can I draw a conclusion with that? And so, well, that's just your karma. But you know, at a certain level, the data is going to you know how you program the computer or how people draw conclusions from the data. But the computer will give a more objective form of data. And if you ask a question about human association, so like, okay, I live in Metro Detroit, you know the demographics of the people here, and then if you had an objective study of the demographics of the people I associate with, can you draw any conclusions? And if you're trying to promote diversity and multiculturalism, um, can you incentivize it, and can you punish a lack of diversity and multiculturalism, and can you show it to people? And you look at you know, like, sorry, we looked at your Facebook friends list and it's not diverse enough. We're gonna have to decrease your social credit score. I'm sorry. Your week in review is just not diverse enough. Your social credit score is being decreased.
I just feel like this is a massive bait here, you know. We're trying to have a combo about science that gets shut down when you start screeching names. So.
Well, it's an important you know, the diversity concept.
You're saying, oh, there's a history of racism and we have to fix it by singling you out for not having the same profile as the planet on your Facebook friends list?
Were you saying that if the statement is whatever the reason, you know, there's a history of racism and people act racist because that's just the way people act, and we're going to try to change that, and we're going to use computerized mechanisms of objective measurements to benchmark how fastly people should change it, and the computerized mechanism of benchmark is going to be, you know, basically diversity level. What percentage of your friends are black? You're saying like, oh, I'm not a racist, but well, then how come only 2% of your friends are black? You're a racist. I'm sorry, you might not think you're a racist, but if only 2% of your friends are black, you're a racist. And until until that percentage hits 10%, you know, the computer is going to have your social credit score marked as a racist. And to say that, well, that seems somewhat objective.
It's really not.
Well, I mean, it's at least
you know how many African Americans, quote unquote, I've seen in my life? It's not like that in Canada, or not where I grew up anyway. So
well, I think that's the problem that you need to fix if you want to improve your social credit score.
You have to go live in Detroit.
So well, honestly, how you're going to fix your social credit score? That's up to you how you fix your social credit score. So you're saying there's pre-existing conditions that give you a low social credit score that are outside of your control. But you know, should you want a higher social credit score, which means more diversity, that you're gonna have to come up with some way to fix that problem. I'm sorry. You know, you're a smart girl, you figure it out.
Yikes. Yeah, see, that just sounds like racism to me.
forced
That's what I'm
diversity.
saying. Well, that's what it sounds like. Sounds like you're discriminating against me on a racial basis.
And you're saying that racism is something that needs to be punished because it's bad behavior.
With more racism?
More racism, but it's saying that in the U.S., the Constitution, the First Amendment includes free association. That the free speech, freedom to assemble, freedom of association. But you would say, like, well, what's this freedom of association? Like, you do not have freedom of association if it's going to be demonstrated that you choose to use that freedom of association in racist ways. And that could be determined, by relatively objective measures. That if you say that your freedom of association has to have minimum diversity standards, that could probably be somewhat objectivized by the computer.
Even though some places have massive amounts of diversity and some have almost none?
Well, so, I mean, just like a bank account, so, okay, you're a country girl with a high IQ, like JF, like, okay, like the best he could do is get a non shady Jew to give him financial advice, because like that's his situation. Saying like if he was in New York, he could probably do better, but like as his situation where he's in, the best he could do for financial advice is some non shady Jew. So to say like you in your situation, your free will is limited, and that means your social credit score, because your social credit score is going to be based on a diversity rating, is limited. And if you live in a non-diverse area that prevents you from having a diverse group of friends or associates, then you deserve a low social credit score. And if you want a higher social credit score, you have to make your area more diverse or move. You're just like JF, if he wants, to better his financial position and not have to come on to a non-shady Jews to try to make money, he probably is going to have to change his location and position, and that should be obvious. So if he wants to make more money, that's what he's got to do. To the same point, will be like that for social credit.
How do you think people would feel if you're only friends with them to bump your social credit score?
There might be mechanisms to prevent that also.
I really don't think you can prevent it, People will just jump to their own conclusions.
Well, I mean, from the computer, you're saying if it just like, okay, like you're going to add a few your black friends on Facebook just randomly to change your score. But if you say the computer theoretically could measure the words that come out of mouth, time of association, time spending with the people, to something that can't be faked. So you say that, and it doesn't matter. Say, okay, God forbid, like my heart is racist, but I just want to have a social credit score, so I spend all my day with black people, even though my heart is racist. From the social credit score point of view, it doesn't matter. You could have a racist heart, and if you spend all day with black people, you're still going to have an increase in your social credit score.
All right. Well, interesting bit of information.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty important. You would say that Jennifer is coming out with yikes. It might be geographic, where she's like yikes, and saying like, "What are you talking yikes?" It's like she's not in America. It's like this is likely, this is in the works, is basically being designed, and it might be implemented in certain ways. It's already been implemented, but we don't know exactly the mechanisms that they use to determine the social score in terms like hiring and these various things. But in all likelihood, at least in America and other places, like these things are already being implemented by the corporations, and they do already have storehouses of data in giving us a social credit score to maybe northern Canada, different places, Australia, New Zealand, Europe. These things might happen in different paces, but also be the influence of social media. What does it mean? You could have a local social credit score and then international social credit score, and they might bear different rankings where you say, okay, relative, if you live in a place that's 95% white, it's going to be hard to achieve a high social credit score, but you might locally have a good social credit score. But if you internationally, it would be, recognize that your social credit score is dependent on your local demography. And as you try to make a more global ranking, you'll have to demonstrate higher social credit than you do in your locality.
Okay.
And it's kind of like the science of expertise. Like, this is actually already a well-developed science. Like, whether they're going to be able to implement it, from my understanding, it's already basically developed. The social media companies are basically already doing it and contemplating switching over. Plus, like, the technology has already been demonstrated in China and other places that the computer is basically ready to do it. The corporation heads are ready to implement it. And here in the US, the government's basically ready to force it. So if you're in an area where you're saying, like, no, that's decades away for me, no, that's like possibly months away for us if you're here in America.
Well, you've made some interesting predictions over the years. The military coup in Israel, God forbid, comes to mind. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Really, COVID-19 and the coalition agreement kind of halted that, although there's the elections and it's still possible. And even, like, to say the military coup basically already happened. So it's like, there wasn't like an insurrection in Israel, but really the military did successfully do a coup in Israel and taken over, even if there wasn't a revolution. Just the citizenry noticed the state became more and more militaristic, and wasn't. And there were, in fact, mass protests against Netanyahu and whatever, but it was more, like, when did this happen? Like I said, the American government already fell, and they just haven't told us. And at some point, the effect that the government has fallen will become obvious to the people, even though they're telling us that everything's still fine. So in Israel, that the military took more and more power over the last year, to the point where Israel is more of a military state than it's ever been in its history, even though it's hard to directly show how and when it happened. Although you could show a series of steps of the military taking more and more power. Just like here in America, you could show the steps of more and more freedoms being taken away, to, like, all of a sudden, oh shit, like, you remember what that guy Doovid was saying? Like, there's social credit, like the guy, like, I have this score, and and I can't do stuff, or because I have this low score. And you're saying, oh man, Doovid was right. They already had given me this score like a year ago and had been testing me. And it just happened, like, when Biden, in a few months, and Congress passes this measure, that this score that they've already been measuring for a few years and not telling you will become official. Now, I don't even mean that like a QAnon conspiracy. It's kind of the way businesses work. That they've been doing it and studying it, and they're not telling you because it's experimental, and it's really not in the interest of them to tell you they're doing it, until the point where it's too late. They'll tell the government that, like, yeah, we've been doing it, we could do it, and once you give us the authority, we'll officially do it. And so there's a reason why they don't tell us, and then it just switches, and it appears to us like it happened all at once.
Fair enough.
It's why understanding processes, and so, like, I don't harbor hatred against blue-eyed people, or really even a chip on my shoulder against people who took higher birth than me. If I'm saying, like, okay, if blue-eyed people are factually seen as more competent, that means someone who has blue eyes took higher birth than me, and factually will, my whole life till the day I died, will be seen as less competent by the majority of people to these people who took higher birth than me. And so just another factor into this complication of what does it mean to take higher and lower birth? What are the boundaries of free will and the potential of free will? And even the deeper questions of Kabbalah, like I said in my stream about reincarnation. A true spiritual master, in theory, needs to know the origins and destinations of souls. And the origins and destinations of souls is a universal humanitarian science. You can't just, like, oh, I know the origins and destinations of souls. of this subgroup of people, you can assume like medicine that it's a universal science, and if you know the origins and destinations of souls, you probably know the origins and destinations of souls of all people in all nations. It'd be like, no, like I specialize in the origins and destinations of souls of just this one particular tribe.
Well, I can really only speak for myself in an objective sense. And then I can make gradual inferences based on clusters of information coming from various sources, but I don't want to overstate things. I just think the world is probably too complex for one person to be able to give arbitrary precision on every last facet of it,
Yeah, I'm saying it's actually divinely ordained. You're saying, oh, we can't surrender. We can't fight it. We could just surrender.
If we surrendered in unison, we'd probably collectively get more answers because that's kind of how it works.
Yeah, I'm not really a proponent of anything. Like, just analysis and hypothesizing, and even these statements where I guess I'm just being hard on Jennifer because she's the only one here. But it was saying like, no, these are well-established things that anyone in America, at least, like not even like Alex Jones, QAnon tiered, proposals that are entering Congress about social credit score, and it's very likely that it's coming. And it could be coming really soon, and the technological infrastructure already exists. And I don't know if someone like Aiken has knowledge and he disagrees. Obviously, he agrees with my assessment that the technological infrastructure for the social credit system largely already exists.
So how do you think the crypto thing figures into all of it?
The cryptocurrency?
Yeah, just this sort of advent of these things. I don't even know how to describe them. Seem like pump and dumps.
Well, it's just another form of social credit, and it's likely not to exist. The decentralized anonymous forum is unlikely to be the direction of technology. And that's where you see like JF, are you really going to follow behind JF and take his crypto advice from his anonymous Jew that got raided by the FBI because they thought he was an anti-Semite? And you're saying if you, God forbid, you're a dumb goy watching JF and you're saying like, oh, I want to make money and crypto could be the future. Please, a non-Jew, base Jew who's so based that the FBI thought he was an anti-Semite. Please give me good advice and explain to me this crypto stuff. Is then like, yeah, like I'd be skeptical. I'm skeptical of crypto in general, but it's saying like, no, like I don't think the direction's crypto. All the direction of technology is going to limit anonymity. Social credit is much more likely than crypto. Blockchain might be used, and you could have a blockchain system for social credit where you could have decentralized social credit in the way that like through smartphones or technologies where you don't need like a centralized hub like in China to control social credit. You could have a social credit that's decentralized using blockchain technology, but blockchain to enable crypsis is unlikely. All the evidence points of the direction of technology to eliminate crypsis. But that is possible. The blockchain technology is very interesting, even from the JF perspective of understanding blockchain technology and cryptocurrency is interesting. Trying to make money off of it, and this thing JF's role, if he's just saying like he wants to teach people, he likes cryptocurrency. It's a pushback. He agrees with me that the direction of things is not an anonymity, but there is some benefit to crypto and the currency, and he's promoting it. But he's not giving people financial advice, and he's going to agree. Like Jeff is going to agree with Doooovid. He's a country boy with a high IQ, and no one in their right mind is going to listen to JF for financial advice. That you'd have to be a moron, an idiot, to get financial advice from JF, and even JF will tell you that. That's why he needs some shady base Jew to fill him in on this stuff. And it's like he's just a country boy with a high IQ. And so, that could be, and it could be a good show, and you learn a bunch of information. Or it could be pump and dump, or maybe they will have a few good picks. Maybe these guys are at the top of the game, and they're going to explain things that people could watch and make money. But I would be skeptical, and to me, it just seems kind of weird karma. I would never, and even JF promoting crypto. To me, it just kind of demonstrated that country boy with the high IQ type thing, and why I always say, like, do not take financial advice from poor people. As a base rule, it's like Jab may be a smart guy, he's a great guy, but like no one in their right mind is going to take. I mean, unfortunately, no, people do take financial advice from poor people, but
they like to be part of something. Like, look at what happened on Reddit with GameStop. I mean, that was horrible.
Well, we know where it's going. If there was legitimately like overturning a bad guy, or at some level that some greater cause, and saying, I mean, that GameStop may have been something reasonable in taking part, and even substantially more legitimate than crypto, because you look like GameStop, it was a factual assessment of the current status of short selling, in that if enough, peasants got together and bought the stock, that they could squeeze the short. And so that probably makes more sense than crypto, because saying like crypto, if you're pointing like, no, I'm fighting the centralization of authority, and I think the government's going to fall. I think that, and so I'm moving towards crypto, or different things like power structures. So moving towards crypto is generally a move towards the assumption that central power authorities are probably going to collapse, and that decentralized power authorities might have some sort of sustainable value, but it's unlikely that, Jeff said it himself, like the 21 million Bitcoin number is completely arbitrary. We said like the biggest thing about Bitcoin is that they capped the amount and it can never be changed. But it's like, no, it's arbitrary. They could change it, just like fiat currency. There's nothing objective. Even gold, like they could mine for more gold, but something completely subjective, like a fiat number of this is the maximum number of coin. There's at this point not very good reason to assume why they couldn't just arbitrarily increase the number, and to think that there is some objective store of value in this digital currency is questionable. That even a fiat currency that's based on the credibility of the U.S. government, at least it has the weight of the U.S. government behind it, as the cryptocurrency has nothing behind it. So it's like blockchain technology.
It's actually technically a liability, isn't it? The crypto is a liability. Like, it's not it's a liability. Like, you have to pay a bunch of money to the miners for the transactions, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's different forms, and it's if JF does a good show, like hopefully he'll explain it in his guest without too much shade or trying to make money off of people. But it karmatically it seemed funny. Like after all these years, JF's like new co-host is this base Jew who who thought like he would get cred with JF's audience, that like it's okay, like he's a Jew, but he's so anti-Semitic that the FBI thought he was an anti-Semite even though he's a Jew, and that's supposed to increase his cred. I mean, is that how you took it? Like he thought like he was trying to tell
I thought the guy was using JF to give himself credibility, like to give himself more marks for his con.
When saying like, no, like I'm cool, like I was shit posting and saying anti-Semitic things online, and like, okay, like I'm a Jew, of course, like I'm a Jew, like
my fellow friends.
But yeah, I mean, it sounded really kind of pathetic. Like I don't mind, I'd speak to the guy, like he might make money, and I'm blessing him, but like saying his identity issues were like pretty questionable, and it's like no, like I've never been visited to the FBI for shit posting anti-Semitic things. And even think like, what the hell kind of Jew gets what kind of Jew gets visited by the FBI for saying like, "Are you an anti-Semite?" Is like, no. Here's a picture of me and my dad, at our bar mitzvahs, and it's like, well, then why are you posting anti-Semitic crap all over the internet? And it's like no, like because I wanted to develop cred with JF's audience. I mean, who knows? Like, but like to me, it just really didn't add up that part, and like he was repentant or something about it, where he's like, he thought like that made him sounded cool or something. Did JF's audience think that made him sounded cool?
Yeah,
He's like,
exactly.
I'm a Jew who like shit post anti-Semitic stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. It would caught me by surprise. I wasn't expecting that. So.
It didn't catch me by surprise at all. Like, I mean, unfortunately, like, no, like that didn't surprise me at all. And even that's JF's new streaming partner didn't surprise me. It's saying because that's the state of, like the country board for the high
Current
acute.
state of karma.
Yeah, that's probably both of their current states of karma. And even like the crypto, like well, it's crypto. Like, who do you think these guys are? You don't think crypto is going to be dominated by Jews? And it's like, of course, crypto is dominated by Jews. And I'm not saying all crypto is dominated by Jews, but it's saying like that Jab streaming partner who's filling him in the deep secrets of crypto turns out to be a base Jew. Is that surprising?
Nope. I don't know if you can see the stream right now, but I've got a little clip. Trigger warning. The hand is white.
Yeah, but I don't think it's good for Jab's credibility. Like, if I don't know if he addressed that, or if he's going to be able to spin it, or if he's just like, I'm doing the best I can. Like, I'm getting you good information about crypto, and like, I wish I had better to offer you, but no, like as of now, this base Jew is all I got.
Maybe I don't know that I doubt JF sees it that way, but okay.
He has to do the best with what he has, and saying like, if the base Jew is all he got, like that's what he's going to work with. He's like, it's nothing or a base Jew, so that's what you got to work with what you got.
I don't know if you can see what I have on the screen right now.
Yeah, I'm watching like the cell phone scanner, something like that.
It's a 3D printer.
Oh, the printer.
Yeah, so I got a couple of I guess this one came with the this one came with it. So there's just like an automatic function. So he's able to print off this little like toy thing, I guess.
Was the video or saying this is your printer or this is someone your own video?
It's my friend is setting up a 3D printer and he's gonna do the quantum periodic table.
Okay, great. And I told you that I had almost went into 3D printer sales, and there's actually an Israeli company that developed a brand of 3D printers that went to, and then the company developing it. But I never did it because like I'm pretty lazy when it comes to work. But I did keep up with the latest 3D printing technology for a few years. I even have on my YouTube video IRL from some of the conventions where they display this stuff. On my Facebook, I have a lot of pictures, but not for the last year. And yeah, you could get for a few $100s a bottom of the line 3D printer. Probably close to like $2,000 for a 3D printer that could really print something that is something of use. And industrial precision 3D printers, are tens, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Metal filament printers, hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, and it's still probably some of the greatest technology. And yeah, I haven't talked much about engineering for a while, COVID-19, but even the concept about extractive manufacture, I forget the other word, but I mean, usually manufacture was extractive, where you had a larger substance and then it was chipped away to get you what you want, as opposed to 3D printing where you just make exactly what you want without extracting it out of a larger entity. As you also had mold injection, that wasn't a form of extraction. I forget, my technical engineering terms are slipping, but 3D printing is awesome. I even have multiple books behind me about 3D printing, and even like the science of the physics of the XYZ coordinate system used are quite interesting.
Yeah, I've got the like a early sort of prototype that my firm was able to make, and then the system will be able to print that out. I don't think it's quite perfect, but like it's kind of got to be stable. So I might add a little stand to it. And
They
then he
actually
said
went
that
out
he
of business here. They had a place called, I have on my Facebook, Tech
he
Shop.
already wants to buy like a bunch more of the printers because they don't go fast enough, apparently.
Yeah, I'm saying like good 3D printers are tens of thousands of dollars. Like you could get a 3D printer that will print, or and it take like 10 hours to print. Like your 3D on like a $2,000 3D printer, your periodic table would probably take hours, and be in one color, and you'd have to color it in afterwards. So there's levels of function, multicolors, or precision, speed, size, and all these factors that uh, they had in the U.S. It was actually, I almost invested in it. Like they had an opportunity, a minimum $25,000, and I'd done membership. It was called Tech Shop, and it was designed like a gym where it had industrial equipment, and you pay a monthly membership, and then you could sign up and use the industrial equipment. And they had CNC machines and injections and industrial sewing machines, and they had 3D scanners and 3D printers and laser etchers. I have some of these pictures on my Facebook when I was a member, and they eventually went out of business. I almost thought it was a good investment and they had a public thing to their members, $25,000, but they ended up going out of business. But I could see that I have here in Metro Detroit, the conventions. There's a lot of companies that do 3D printing now that they're set up like that, where they just have an office of a whole bunch of 3D printers, or other companies that do manufacturers like a plastic mold injection, these things that add a few 3D printers to their arsenal, where I thought I could sell 3D printing machines and actually make quite a bit of money off of it, versus companies that specialize and maybe have 10, 20 different 3D printers. And even here in Metro Detroit, where you could bid on an auto thing, if someone's like, they need 80,000 pieces of some widget, where you could bid it and then have some factory with tens of 3D printers that are just going to all day, every day for months print out the same part again and again, to completely change the process of manufacturing. So that would be awesome. As I said, like we can review if Doooovid. Did you see those Hasidic videos I posted for you? This guy Peter Santinello, who did this series of streams about Hasidic Brooklyn.
I got it ready right here. I haven't checked it out. Sorry, it's got an advertisement before it as well, but I can bring it up if you want me to play it.
Oh, so I mean, one thing this guy did stream, he was getting quite a bit of donations. Actually, I know the Hasidic guy. He's also a road traveler, kind of like adventurer, streamer. And I remember we used to go to some of the same rabbis. Good man. I'm glad to see him doing well. He calls himself Shlomi Zionsy because he's like Hasidic and kind of became pro-Israel from background of people who are more religiously anti-Israel. And this guy Peter Santinello, a popular streamer, got a hold of him, and he did a whole series of videos going around Hasidic Brooklyn and Hasidic things. I showed him Luke Ford the video of him visiting like the gun training center where Hasidim are taking self-defense into their own center. But then he did a live stream afterwards, and he was loading up the super chats. Like he was getting mostly $5, $10, but he probably got a few $100s in super chats and donations and everything. But certainly like Doooovid, Church of Entropy, with a science-based thing, certainly a 3D printer would probably be one of the earlier things we would get. Like saying like there's things immediately. I'm still planning on getting my MacBook. Maybe a few things that would make my streaming a little bit better. But if we had excess money that to burn, like Church of Entropy, definitely 3D printer. And so like a $2,000 3D printer that could program and for 8 hours would print out like miniature periodic tables to eventually having like a $500,000 titanium, metal filament printer or something like that, God willing, one day.
Yeah, we'll have to have like first edition, second edition, third edition. The thing
Yeah,
I
so
wanted to get if I had extra money was like an observatory, an astrophotography lab. That would be awesome.
So there's not much good material on Hasidim. Shlomo Zayansi is more a political. I mean, he works for Ami magazine that focus mostly on interviewing politicians and business people, people of influence, elites, and a world traveler where he just documents his travels. So this guy Peter Santinella, they're both in the same business. They're both world travelers who stream it. But Shlomo has more like a Hasidic direct audience than a bigger audience, as opposed to Peter Santinello. And he decided to do a special on Hasidim, and it was working. He got very good feedback that they even did like 10 videos. He spent like a week. And Hasidim, there's not much good material on Hasidim, as they say in the video. Most of the media on Hasidim is generally negative. So this guy came in and did a relatively friendly, humanizing show on Hasidim, and it was this guy Shlomo, who is already a liaison. I'm actually friends with him on Facebook for the Hasidic community, that showed him around. And this guy Shlomo is actually most famous for traveling the Arab world. And recently he was in the UAE and he was in Saudi Arabia, and he's actually been on some of these delegations to these new countries that have been making peace with Israel. So anyone's interested more in Hasidic culture, and like if you were in Brooklyn, like Doovid could give you a good tour of Hasidim, and sometimes it depends on who you are, what business you are. So like this guy was a journalist who just wanted to stream and talk to people, versus if you so like Jennifer, like Doovid got Jennifer to talk to probably the most famous Jewish religious physicist in the world. But by saying not many people actually care to speak to Gerard Schroeder. By saying like relative like to Jennifer, like that's probably one of the people more interesting to speak to. But yeah, I mean within the Hasidic Orthodox world, there's going to be different interests that are overlapping, and most activists, like so to say Shlomo, they deal with politicians and they show around politicians or people who actually have legal influence. Doovid dealt more with business people. Thank God it's actually a little higher tier to deal with the millionaires than to deal with the politicians. But like, so Doovid definitely showed many people around Hasidic Brooklyn and introduced them to people. And thank God I specialized in millionaires. But this guy specializes in politics.
Specializing in millionaires. Jeez. Impressive resume, Doovid, I must say. We've been getting a lot of viewers this stream. Thank you so much to the people watching. I really appreciate it. And for John Wolf for saying that more people should watch our show, because I feel like that maybe helped a little bit.
Yeah, I thought maybe it was Brother Augustine that that got us more viewers, and it might be, but I think we might have higher viewers anyways. But no, I also I showed Hasidic Brooklyn. I didn't specialize. I did specialize in millionaires because I specialized in fundraising, and I was saying that I showed around people Judaism because I love Judaism to anybody that was interested, and I love doing it. I did it, for everybody, no matter what. But however, if you're a millionaire,
I've been playing
if you're a millionaire, there's going to be a lot more Hasidim that are interested in meeting you than if you're just a random person interested in Judaism. So saying, if you're a millionaire and wants a tour of Hasidic Brooklyn, like I'm going to get you, like I could probably get you to speak to like a lot of people. But if you're just some dude who's interested in learning a little bit more about Judaism, like I'll still do it. Like, I mean, now with COVID-19, I don't live there. But it's saying like, no, I'm saying like the Jewish community needs liaisons and needs work with outside people. Most of the community activists are more concerned with politics and government officials, but the business community, that's also an important aspect. And like if you have a Chinese person or or a German person or someone that wants to do business with the Hasidic community, to a certain extent, like or even Jennifer, saying like the reincarnation experts that saying I'm sure. I mean, and Jennifer's a woman; it may not even be practical. But if you really love reincarnation and you want to know what the Jewish experts on reincarnation think, so there's a circuit there, and if you knew the right people, like yeah, you could probably even be a Gentile, and you could probably speak to the leaders of thought leaders of the Jews on reincarnation. And even a guy like Shlomo could probably hook you up with that. That's not what he focuses on. But the Peter Santinello, what he did is, I think it's been well received. The first one had over 1 million views, and they requested he did like 10 videos, and the Jews liked it so much that they asked that he came out. He was only going to do like a few days and a few series, and it was so well received by the Jews that the rabbis made like special permission to give this guy special access because they thought it'd be good for the Jews to for him to make more videos. So it wasn't like propaganda, but it was saying like we're tired of being treated unfairly by journalists. Here's a guy that's giving us media time in a way that we feel is fair, and therefore they gave him a lot of access to things that they usually don't give the media access to. And so if it's terms like a millionaire who wants to speak with Hasidic leaders, that's not media and it's not going to be reported on. So it's just like a business person. If you got some sort of factory in China and you're looking for people to sell it to in Borough Park and you want to meet a handful of people, that's different than doing a documentary. Or like,
yeah,
you want
I couldn't play the whole video because I was worried about like maybe copyright, but I played about 4 minutes of it and I put the link.
Yeah, I didn't
there.
even
Did you
play
want,
it.
did you want me to share the Facebook link that you sent me?
Which one was that?
Shloim.
Oh, you don't have to share
Zion
it.
say?
I'm just showing you that I'm friends with him on Facebook. He
Oh,
might,
okay. I won't share it then.
yeah, I mean,
wasn't
I'm
sure.
not, I mean, he might come on Week in Review. Like I was telling Charlie, like I don't have any. I have a lot of Hasidic friends. Not once has a Hasidic friend ever came on my YouTube program. In the beginning, the first show when I first started my YouTube, I wanted to do Hasidic talk, and I actually reached out to Hasidic people I knew in Brooklyn, but I saw it wasn't going to work. And then once I saw what it was doing, I realized that I was going to be talking to Goyim, and it's unlikely that anyone Hasidic would ever come on this program more purpose driven. You see, like on Root and Branch or something else. And Luke Ford has covered this.
Came on this show.
Who?
Perlman.
Yeah, so I mean, Roger came on. Well, he's not Hasidic though. He was modern Orthodox.
Oh, but he seemed pretty serious about the.
Well, I'd say he was serious. I'm saying
scriptures.
Hasidic Judaism is a different sect of Judaism than Orthodox. I mean, Perlman, he didn't have a beard and payas, and he was trying to synthesize science and religion, in a way. Like I mean, the guy Peter Santinello in his end discussion stream, you're saying that Hasidim in practice are all the way to the right. So we're saying that Roger is less to the right than Hasidim. So it's like the fact that he came on the stream, even as a modern Orthodox Jew, is something. Like it shows something that even Roger came on the stream. I'm glad he did. Even that was somewhat surprising. But let alone someone Hasidic. And like Doooovid saying, like, no, I'm Hasidic.
Why does that be surprising? I mean, Jews are very in tune with trends.
Well, and saying that I don't know, surprising. Just saying that Doooovid can't get any of my Hasidic friends to talk to me online. Like they just don't do it. They're probably never going to do it. It's not their style.
No, it is what it is. I kind of feel it's a certain personality that enjoys the streaming, and it's a minority of people, I think.
I mean, it's a value proposition.
Hey, look, he's there. How's it going, Roger?
Was he gonna come on? Yeah, I was about to take a break, but like if Roger showed, he definitely show up. And I don't know if he agrees, but I'm saying that that if Roger even saw this Santinello, but we're saying that Roger coming on the stream is less surprising than someone, so to say, more orthodox, and especially these promoting ideas that are questionably out of orthodoxy. So like, which would be likely, I mean, I told Adam Green, like, my message is to the Goyim. Like, I have a Jewish message, but my message is for the Goyim. My message isn't really for the Jews, even though, like, I'm a Jew delivering a message of Judaism.
But you don't think other Jews might be interested in the same conversation?
Well, of course, I mean, even on this, like,
But not other Hasidic Jews. Hey, how's it going? I didn't see you there, man.
Well, I'm saying for
Edward Media in the chat too.
just the strategy.
Feathers in a twist.
It's just a strategy difference that it's unlikely a Hasidic person would come on just to talk on a stream like this. It's not that likely. It's saying that maybe if there was a Hasidic person like Roger is not also likely to just come on the stream and talk. He came on the show because like he found you in the chat room of physics, and he's got a theory on physics and cosmology, and like Doovid and Jennifer specialize in that kind of thing. So, obviously going to come on, he wants to talk about his, even though he wants to put it in the field of Orthodox Judaism, so his theories that may not to Orthodox Jews be in the realm, but it's in the realm of a theory on physics and cosmology makes a lot of sense. So, like, yeah, I mean, if there was someone more Hasidic than Roger that also had a theory like his synthesizing science and Jewish spirituality, like, yeah, they might end up on a show like this. But that would probably only be if their theory was accepted, because there's orthodoxy. It's like a cultish culture. So if their theory was accepted on the inside, they would not need to go to the outside and promote it, with Doovid and on like Week in Review. So just like Roger, if he had his theory and it was accepted on the inside, he wouldn't need to come on to, like at least within Judaism, a show on the outside, mostly for Goyim, to talk about these subjects. So it's only because Roger's theory has not been accepted on the inside that, he's talking to people like us, so to say, on the outside. Or if he's saying that, like, no, Roger, as a Jew on the inside, he's an insider in Judaism. He's not worried about that. But his message is for the outsiders, just like Doovid, like, okay, like I'm an insider in Judaism. I don't have any doubt I could go to, shuls all over the place and, call these people and they know me. But my message is still largely for the Goyim.
Cool.
So you want to monologue or something? Like, we did a show, we could end. It's been going for a while. If Roger wants to come on, take some medicine. It's been like 4 hours.
He says he's taking a walk, so I don't think we're gonna have any more guests tonight. So we can wrap it up for now and have a wonderful night. And wow, I can't believe that was 4 hours. That felt like about 14 minutes, didn't it?
Well, it was good that we got Michael on from that stream. I thought that was good karma. I just commented on his video and he replied. I was like, let's talk. And like he replied and it was like, Week in Review, it's coming up right away. And he was like, I'm available. And he came on, and we appreciate him doing that. And then some of my research on eugenics to put together this larger trends, from my own perspective, just trying to make sense of like, why do so many Jews have blue eyes? Like, what sense does that even make? Like, how is it possible that like half of like Jews and people positioned up with poverty have like blue eyes? It's just something that's hard to understand and explain. And you could do research and say like, no, it makes sense. There's a historical reason. And even like Roger, I think Roger's a blue-eyed man. Like, God bless him. But we're saying, how's it possible that like what sense does it make that Roger is giving you this deep insight theory on Judaism, this tribe from Israel, and he's coming at you with blue eyes? So I mean, there's a reason. It doesn't say that maybe Roger is a biblical reincarnation, or whatever his explanation for having blue eyes, and that not being any disconnection to the fact that he's giving you a theory on Judaism. But yeah, I don't think anyone would notice it. Saying like why is this blue man speaking on behalf of Judaism? And he said like, no, he's a Jew. But like, well, he's a blue-eyed man. How that is like, no, he's a blue-eyed Jew. And in fact, like 20% of Jews are blue-eyed. And so like it's not surprising that Roger's a blue-eyed man, and he's the one promoting these theories.
Awesome. Well, tune in next time for what I'm sure will be an equally interesting and stimulating conversation.
Yeah.
Thanks
Okay.
for
Excellent.
joining.
Everybody be blessed. And thanks, Jennifer, for doing this. And sorry for, I had to demonstrate the social credit system. And, like we didn't have anybody other than Jennifer. So, it had to be her. But, just to see that the power of the computer could come down hard, even on, someone like Jennifer, because it's just going to be, we made a measurement and we had calculations of what the measurement's supposed to be. And it didn't come out that good, so it's going to lower your social credit score. And so there's the direction. And I think it'd be interesting because I do think you're going to see this, that the social credit score, it's already, the infrastructure already exists, and it could be that in the next few months in America, they're just going to pass it and it's going to be there.
Well, definitely one to keep a finger on the pulse of. So yeah, thanks to all the new audience members. I hope you will feel inspired to ask questions and participate in the discussion in meaningful and novel ways. And yeah, looking forward to the next time we can all talk. So see you next Sunday, if not sooner.
Yeah, and always have
Church of
Roger if you
Entropy.
want to come next week. Be there. Same place every week. So just contact Jennifer or me, and happy to have you.
Oh yeah, keep it in mind, guys. We're always excited to hear about and encourage you to develop your ideas and passions.
I'll just sign
Talk-
off if Jennifer does want a monologue, or you could just end it.
I'm just a terrible monologuer, so I'll just say goodbye to everybody and play the outro.
That's just
Take care.
so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
they control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and we did those streams on stream etiquette. We walked through the technology.
I have very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?